to see you. Welcome to the main hall in Helston, and what a nice venue it is. Good to be here. So this is the NSFT board in public, which pleasure to welcome you all to, and I think we're also welcoming people live stream as well. I'll just double check that the live stream is on. It is on, is it?
Yes.
Is it on? Lovely, great. Good. Brilliant, and it's lovely to welcome members of our Council of Governors here today, as well as members of our staff. So I've got apologies, Ade, from Helen Taylor and Gary O'Hare for today's meeting, and I'm really pleased to welcome Andy Mack, who is presenting and representing Gary. Is there any other apologies?
No.
No, that's lovely. So as I said, the meeting's being live streamed for the interests of transparency and also public engagement, which we really welcome. And while it's a meeting that's held in public, it's not a public meeting, but for anyone who has come today, thank you very much, lovely to see you. There's opportunities to ask questions at the end of today's agenda, and of course we've got a full agenda as ever today. We're going to receive a much welcomed update on the Trust Forensic and Secure Services CQC report, which I'm looking forward to, an update on our race equity plan, and we've got consent items as well that we need to consider as a board. If you wouldn't mind, colleagues, taking all of the reports as read in your introductions, that would be great, and we'll make sure that there's a short comfort break partway through the proceedings this morning. Ade, I've not been notified of any urgent business. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Lovely, great. Thanks very much. Can we go on to the first substantive item on the agenda, which is declarations of interest, paper A. Has anyone got anything to add to the declarations or to amend? No? Okay, thanks very much. Let's note the declarations. And then we're going on to the minutes of the meeting that was held on the 4th of December. That was our last board meeting. And first of all, could I ask members of the board as to whether or not the minutes are an accurate record of that meeting? Julian.
Sorry, Chair, my name's missing from the attendees. If I can just
so
have that
they're
corrected.
not an accurate record. Sorry about that, Julian. We'll make sure that that's corrected and reflected. Any other corrections to the minutes? So if the minutes are accurate, could we get confirmation of the board of their approval, please? Thanks very much indeed. And let's move on then to both matters arising and the action log. And the action log is shown at paper C. And it's great to see so much progress being made on the actions. But Ade, are there any points that you'd like to highlight in terms of the actions and progress that we're making?
If I may, Chair, I'm happy to just quickly go through the ones that we're seeking to close for this meeting. So the first one on the log is 25104B, which was an action for Anthony to provide a briefing on the RGN issue to the Council of Governors, which was done on the 12th of December, so that can be closed. The next one, going on to the next page of the log, is 25150D, which was one for Stuart in relation to the National Oversight Framework ratings for the exec team to ensure that actions being taken to improve the Trust's NOF position are in line with organisational priorities, and that's being done through both the committee meetings in January and been reflected in the IQPR papers for this board meeting. So again, that's proposed to be closed. And then in relation to the report from the Service User and Carer Council, which was an action for myself and Kath Byford to enable a discussion of the relationship between the Service User and Carer Council and the Council of Governors to be held at the Council of Governors, and that was discussed at a development session of the Council of Governors on the 4th of November. So again, we're asking for that to be closed. And moving on to the next page, we have two actions we're seeking to close. The first was for the Freedom to Speak Up report to include trend data as well as themes relating to localities, and that's been reflected in the most recent Freedom to Speak Up report. And then the next one, relation to the service user and carer story that came to board in December, was for a service carer award to be judged by services and presented to the Service User and Carer Council in 2026, and that's now been included for the 2026 Staff Awards. And actually, that's the last of the actions to be closed. I wonder if there's any discussions proposed for any of the actions that are in progress.
Thanks so much, Ade. First of all, are colleagues happy to approve those items that we're suggesting that we close today? Yeah, thanks very much indeed. And are there any points either arising from the action log or from the minutes themselves that anyone would like to raise? No? Okay, lovely. Thanks very much indeed, Ade. Let's move on then to the really important part of our agenda, which is our service user experience. We have a slight change in format today. I'm very happy to welcome Tracy and Vikram, who are coming to join us at the table. You're very welcome. And I'm delighted to ask Kath, who is going to introduce Vikram, Tracy, and the video that we're about to see of the personal experiences of both staff and service users in our forensic and secure services. Just to be clear, there's also an item on the agenda later on around the CQC report into forensic and secure services, and we're really pleased that our leaders from that service will be staying for that item as well. So Kath, over to you.
Thank you so much. I take great pleasure in introducing Sandra Biko, who is a CTL ward manager on Drayton Ward. Plus, of course, you've already introduced Vikram and Tracy Holland. Now, later on in the agenda, as you said, we'll hear about the outcome of the CQC inspection that was undertaken in our forensics and inpatient services last October. So we've taken the opportunity today to hear the voices of service users and colleagues within the service that have all contributed to that outcome. I think the pride in the service is palpable, and I believe you will all share that pride, particularly when you see the video today. So without further delay, I'd ask the video to be commenced, please. Thank you.
What are secure and forensic services, and who do they support?
So, as you know, forensic secure services, for us, for Northside House, we mainly have the medium and the low secure units, and we're part of a pathway for people within the criminal justice system who have mental health challenges. So, for most of the people who come to our services, they're either coming from a high secure unit, or they're coming from prison, or it's a lateral sort of move from another medium secure unit to here, whether it's getting them closer to where they'll sort of exit the system, where they'll end up back in the community closer to family, for example. So that's kind of people's journey. Sometimes people come here as part of a treatment pathway, where they'll then return back to hospital once their mental health is stabilized. And sometimes people come here and it's the beginning of their journey to return back into the community. So you'll find that's why we have all these kind of resources around to support people within that kind of recovery pathway, really.
How do you work with service users?
So one of the things that we do as a co-production, which is part of a national QI project. So one of the secure services award is part of Culture of Care. So Culture of Care is national transformational QI projects. So it's about changing the culture of care. So one of the work that we've done like co-produce with a patient on one of the secure unit, which is Drayton Ward, is to have like community lunch on a Sunday.
I feel listened to and decisions around my care are always explained to me. The managers are always available and take the time to talk with me and give me support. They make me feel safe on Blakeney Ward.
I normally chair it, actually. Yeah, they ask me to go through the meeting, look at what other patients looked after, or what are the staff doing well, what are they not doing well, how can we improve, any concerns, any support, any issues, things like that. They work on it and they do what they can. For example, having the boiler or a big discussion about vaping on premises, that's a no. On a weekly basis, trying to improve things. And that's a really good thing. We're always trying to evolve and grow. And then we speak to the doctor on every 2-week basis, a clinical review. That's also good. We're keeping in touch regularly. Wednesday afternoon, Tuesday afternoon, we're going to rambles to the countryside all over Norfolk and Suffolk. We can come, we go for a 3-mile walk, and then we have a coffee. Once a week, we have a cooking session. Like I cooked Thai chicken curry the other day. So cooking, ramble, swimming. The more often I can get out of hospital, the better. Just getting the fresh air, just having a routine and structure to your day. These are important things to me.
Forensic and Secure Services recently achieved national accreditations from the Royal College of Psychiatrists and a CQC Good rating for the services they provide.
Oh my goodness. If you can imagine that nationally, we are the 3rd and 4th people to get accreditation from the Quality Forensic Network. It's a real big deal. It's not an easy ask. The staff, from the collecting of each question, so you've got over 100 questions in different sections, and you have to provide several pieces of evidence. We're talking portfolio level of evidence to show that we are meeting all these standards, and we have to meet like 100% of the standard ones, and then there's 80% of standard 2, 70% of standard 3. So to have been able to show evidence for that catalogue of questioning, I think because it was a joint journey across the wards, it really made it more meaningful for people.
What is the Mount?
Everything the Mount stands for is for patient therapy. All profits made from the sale of items are reinvested back into new materials for future patient projects. The remaining money is rightly so used to pay some of our patients in Love to Shop vouchers for the amazing work that they do. Any donations of real wood and steel would be greatly appreciated and used for future projects.
It's something for everybody about woodwork and metalwork, about stitching sometimes, a bit of stitching, with ink on, thread, all sorts really, and push bikes, we mend the punctures in the tubes. We do a bit of everything, you see.
What does the Mount mean to you?
It means a lot to me, really. Just somewhere we can all come every day and do a bit of work and play a bit of pool and have a sit down and have a cup of coffee, and we're lucky to all get all right together.
Oh, the Mount. It's one of those places that, as staff, it brings us joy because, you've seen the environment. It's such a peaceful environment. You wouldn't believe that you're next to a medium-low secure unit and all the fences around us. It just gives that space for people to just de-stress. I mean, I've gone and had lunch across there before, but I think one of the 2 key asks for us is we know that the Mount has been wanting an iPad, and the Mount has been wanting the generator looked at. Like you saw with most of the work they do, there's a lot of welding, a lot of woodwork, so having a generator that works is really, really important. And I think with the iPad, it's just about capturing those products that they're making. Some of this is sold, and then kind of that investment comes back into the Mount. It's really important that they're able to see that, almost that whole industry through by having their own resource to use to do that.
The Trust is hosting a celebration event at the end of February at Northside House to recognise staff achievements, mark the recent accreditation and positive CQC outcomes.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much to all of the people involved in pulling that short film together. It was terrific. And speaking for myself, the Mount is it's almost like a fairy tale place to visit when you go there, and this place of sort of tranquility and almost retreat. It's wonderful. And talking to our service users who clearly invest so much in it. It's a respite for them as well, and a sanctuary, which is lovely. So, Kath, I think there are a couple of asks there, but also a kind of descriptor of how it feels from our service users' perspective to be cared for and looked after. So, do you want to say a little bit more about the asks, and then I'll open it up to the rest of the board to comment and maybe ask questions of Vikram and Tracy and Sandra, and also to congratulate you. Over to you, Kath.
Thank you. So just to remind, Talent took the opportunity to make 2 asks to the board. One relates to an iPad or a tablet for the Mount to be able to use in order to showcase and promote the items they make. And the second relates to a generator being fixed. So first I'm going to ask Stuart to give an update on the tablet, and then Jason in relation to the generator. Thank you.
Thanks, Kath. Yes, I've just had confirmation that it's on its way to the service this morning, so the tablet's on its way, winging towards you.
Well done. Can I make a few requests of you, Stuart? Is that quick? Sorry.
Yeah, and regarding the generator, the maintenance team have been in touch with the team on the site at the Mount to understand exactly what the requirements are. I understand it's a repair rather than a new generator, so we're working with them to get that fixed.
That's good to hear. Shall we bring in our colleagues, Kath? I'll ask you to sort of lead us through that bit of a conversation, but this is your opportunity, Tracy, Vikram and Sandra, to say whatever you like. If you've got any more asks, just bring them on.
Thank you. I think I'd just like to, before opening up, is to also recognise the accreditation that 2 of our wards, particularly Drayton Ward, Sandra is here, is one of the wards that's received national accreditation, and I think is only 2 forensic wards in the whole country, 5 in the whole country, of which we have 2 of our wards with the forensic accreditation. So congratulations to Sandra, but also to her team, and of course Catton Ward as well as the 2nd ward. So I think I feel very proud, as I said earlier on, and it's a great opportunity for the team. I'll stop talking and for maybe the team to talk a little bit about how it feels following the inspection outcome, the accreditation, and how things are going.
I think I'll just start just to say, obviously it's been a long journey, and incredibly proud of the team for what they've achieved. And I think it started with us doing the single assessment framework. So that was sort of 2 years ago we started working through that, and that framework of us going through the domains, the quality statements, alongside the accreditation standards, really helped us in all aspects of our care, involving our carers, our service users, our external agencies, obviously working regionally across secure services with our provided collaborative colleagues as well. Really made sure that we had a huge portfolio of evidence, as Talent mentioned, and real strength of evidence, rigour and real assurance as to what we were providing. So yeah, hugely proud of the teams. And I think Vikram's the matron for Catton and Drayton. So huge achievement for Vikram, Sandra and Teo, the ward manager of Catton, and all of the patients that contributed towards that and carers. So I'll bring you guys in as to how it feels. And I know you've, Vikram, been involved in it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm very proud of the team. This is a collective work of the team, the staff, and also the whole of NSFT, I think getting the support from corporate services, the carers and the patients, because accreditation it's a massive piece of work, and we get feedback from our carers and from our patients, from our staff, to be able to get accredited and to see we are providing excellent care. And also we had the result just before we had the CQC result, and I'm just so proud of the team and what we have achieved. And also we do a lot of quality improvements in our services, and as I mentioned in the video, we are part of culture of care, and also to link up nationally with other organizations, mental health, and to share the learnings. I see that's helped us as well, and also sharing the learning with other organizations. And I've already been asked to come and do a presentation at the Royal College in June, how we achieve accreditations. And this is so very proud that our service is out there in the country, third and fourth wards to be accredited. And our aspirations is to get all our 5 wards in secure services to be accredited. And we've got another 3 wards who's going to go through the process in a year time. And yeah, so a big thank you to the team and also for the organization to support us and for us to be here as well today to share in the public board. And thank you.
It was me. Thank you. Thank you. I feel really privileged to be here today to share our success with you all. And I can't say any more than what Vikram has already said. It was a team effort and years of hard work, dedication, and persistence. Especially with the CQC result. I know the last time we were inspected was on 2018, and we had good in a lot of areas, and we have maintained that, we have improved on it, and we have done better in other areas to get to outstanding and in that. So I am immensely proud, but especially with the team, the staff that work with. The service users are happy because the staff put in their best, goes above and beyond. And so, yes, we couldn't have done this without our staff. And yes, for the accreditation, it was a lot of work, tedious. Both time at work and time off work, sacrifices, and a lot of people were involved, and they are not here today, but credit goes to them as well. I can't mention all names, but yes, we are immensely proud and happy to have achieved this. And thank you all also for your support, as Vikram mentioned before, the support that we get from our leadership, our corporate, and all that did go a long way to help us achieve this. So thank you all.
Lovely, Sandra, Vikram and Tracy, thank you for your words. I'll just open it up to colleagues. Tom, and then Jason, then Caroline.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the section on the CQC report about the activities that you provide with your service users that are co-designed to was probably the most inspiring thing that I read last year, across the whole year, across the whole trust. It was really, really impressive. I think that came through in the video too, from the service user talking about the range of activities. So the first thing is thank you, because I know, as you've just said, some of those things are because staff are going above and beyond, and thank you to your colleagues as well who are doing it. But also I think it's really important that we take the learning to other parts of the trust too. I think activities are really important for all of our service users, so I'd love for us to be able to share some of your experience and learning with, beyond, so we're doing activities of that type across the trust. But really thank you.
Well said. Thank you. Jason?
Yeah, thank you so much for coming to present today. Quite often at board we talk about the things that are going wrong, so it's quite refreshing to talk about something that's gone well and celebrate success. And as you said, it's a team effort, and there's probably hundreds of people that have been involved in this to get the accreditation and to get the good CQC rating. And although we're not complacent, it's good for us to celebrate these successes. So thank you again.
Thank you, Jason. I hope you're taking all of this in. Taking a note. Well, it's all right, we're recording it, so we'll play it all back to you. Caroline.
A comment and then a question, if I may. Just reflecting on going back a couple of years, and when we invited Oliver Shanley to a board development session to share with us the learning from GMMH in Edenfield, and Priscilla was part of the inspection, wasn't she, of the team, sorry, for Edenfield, and was part of that board development session. And I think at the time she reflected that whilst we were doing okay with forensic services, she could see some real themes from GMMH in our own services, which I'm sure up and down the country plenty of organisations could. So it's just a real reflection on how far you've come, and as Tracy says, the single assessment framework work, and now the fact that, I mean, you were already doing fairly well, but now to have sprinklings of outstanding, and we'll come to that later in the agenda, is amazing. And really fantastic in terms of the accreditation. So really, really well done. So that's my comment. My question is then particularly around service user and carer involvement. And it was good to hear from the video around the weekly meetings on wards. But particularly thinking about how do we get the voice of service users and carers from forensic services into the service user and carer councils, because it's more tricky in terms of their ability to attend, but particularly thinking, have we thought through, I don't know, with Kath as well and yourselves, around community forensic services, for example, and are they going to be represented on the locality council? Thank you.
Yes, so we've had our first Service User Carer Council within the locality in January, and we did specifically talk about forensic services, acknowledging the report which had just come out obviously in December, and thinking about how we need specific input from the services. We've got Vikram coming to our Service User Carer Council in March, which is our next meeting, to do a presentation around culture of care, the accreditation, and CQC, and us really to think about how we can engage our current service users, but also linking in with our care ambassadors that work across all of our secure services to see if we can get carers engaged in being part of the council. So it's certainly something on the top of our agenda and something we've already been talking about.
Great, thank you very much, Tracy.
Well done. Glad you're ahead of the curve on that one. Katie, Anthony, and then Faisal.
It's just to echo all the thanks that's come to you so far. You said that you were very proud, but actually it makes us very proud. And for that, I'm extremely grateful, because as a non-exec, we go out and we talk to people, and to be able to talk about this extraordinary achievement, and one where the warmth and the commitment just comes through so strongly, is very empowering for us. And actually, I think it goes to the heart of the kind of leadership that we are trying to build here. So it's bigger than just the extraordinary thing that you're doing. And I suppose my sort of focus question is, are there any other wards that are just ripe for this, and where a bit of attention now could really bring through some more of this talent?
Yes, so one of our ward in Ipswich, Vauxhall House, is one of the low secure unit. So the nearly missed accreditation, they were 90% compliance for type 1. So for type 1 standards, we need to be 100% compliance. So what we're going to do for the other 3 wards, we're going to share the learning from Catton and Drayton to get us accredited. So this is our future work, what we're going to do. So as I said earlier, our aspiration to get all our 5 wards accredited. And also we've been approached as part of the provider collaboratives, because secure services, especially services, we're part of the provider collaboratives. So the provider collaborative was also asked as how can you share the learning across East of England, like for Essex, for Iput also. So while we did a presentation as part of the provider collaboratives. So for me, the accreditation is about, obviously it's a collective effort, but it's also about leadership. It's about making it happen, even like in difficulties. I know we have all our challenges, but it's about this proactiveness, the visibility, and the co-production is very important. But as I said, 1 hour ward nearly missed by only 10%. And Whitlingham ward, which is our women blended service, so they were one of the first ward who went for accreditation, because for forensic ward accreditation from the Royal College started in December 23. That's when they started the accreditation process. So Whitlingham ward went first, but they did not get accreditation because there were some environmental challenges, which the organization is supporting us, which was some of the environmental, which is currently being resolved now. So they will be in a better place to achieve accreditation when they go again for it again. So Whitlingham is going for the accreditation process again in October. So as a team, we are pretty confident we will get our next 3 wards accredited as well. Thank you.
it's great to hear that we're spreading that learning across the trust, but also beyond as well. Thank you. Anthony, and then Faisal.
Thank you, Chair. Just like to share the congratulations, Vikram, Tracy, Sandra, and all that have been involved in the hard work, because I know a lot of hard work has gone into this. And I just admire your modesty about it all as well. But I know that, you know, behind all of that, there's been a lot of rigorous work that's taken place to achieve all of this. And it's going to be really important for us that that is shared across our services. I know we've spoken about that and the need to learn, you know, in terms of the way that we prepare for accreditation, prepare for CQC inspection. So thank you for that. And I think it's really important because Northside House previously was known as the Norvic Clinic, and it had some dark days, let's be honest. And I think this is just tremendous, the way in which, you know, you've moved beyond all of that now. There was the death of David Rocky Bennett that took place at the Norvic Clinic back in the day that led to the Delivering Race Equality strategy nationally. And you went through some tough times as a service, and you've really turned things around, which is fantastic. And this is testimony to all of the hard work that you've done. So I just wanted to add that, Chair.
Well said, Anthony. Faisal?
Thank you, Chair. You really are very, very modest about some of these achievements. I just wanted to make mention of something you haven't touched on in detail. Over the years, it's been quite challenging in terms of resident doctors and training surveys, but our higher specialist training program in forensic psychiatry is now recognised nationally through the trainer and trainee survey as one of the leading in the country. And the amount of work that's gone behind the scenes in terms of getting those resident doctors to be part of the multi-professional team and giving them opportunities in terms of education and training has been phenomenal. So really, really well done on that achievement. And my other comment was going to be the key going forward is the interfaces. And I know you talked about the provider collaborative and the regional perspective, but there's a lot of interdependencies within our own services in terms of adult psychiatry, community, psychiatric intensive care, criminal justice and liaison, and that's the next level in terms of making sure we can take what you do and improve all of our sort of interdependencies with forensic psychiatry to really make a difference all the way through the trust. So thank you.
Thanks, Faisal. That's great to hear. And last contribution from Oliver.
Thank you. And so congratulations. You must have worked so incredibly hard to achieve what you achieved. It's just amazing. So really, really well done. My question is, though, is there anything in all of your achievements that you think might be a bit tricky to sustain? And what support would you need in sustaining and going on to improve even further?
Do you want to? Yes, I think policy. There are some, when we're going through the accreditation, there were some challenges with policy. For example, our huddle, we do huddles every day, 9:30 a.m., and they were asking for policies around all this that we do, and I don't think we have a policy around that, but we did some homework and we did tweak things around to make it work. So it is one of the areas of challenge. I think Vikram has got something to add to that.
I think for me to achieve what we achieve is about staff feeling valued and being productive at work. So they feel valued and their well-being is well looked after, and they are involved in everything we do, and everything we do is communicated with them, and we are transparent about what we do, what our challenges, then they all come together. I think that's what happened. That's why we achieve what we achieve, and that's the challenge for us as a service, to sustain it, to keep our staff supported and given the development opportunities for them to progress as well. like to obviously, like I've a good example when I know staff who came to us who's been a housekeeper, and now they're ward managers. So there is a progress through our system being clinical support worker, and they were supported by the trust to be a nursing associate, assistant practitioner. Then they become nurses, and they become charge nurses, then become managers. So I've seen that journey of staff, and this is when our staff feel valued. And also, under the organization, we had one of the highest staff survey feedback. So we're going to get the results in April. So for us to continue this piece of work in the organization is how do we act on those feedback, and that our staff feel listened to, and I will say our carers feel listened to, and our patient feel listened to. And what I am doing as part of the accreditation, I know as part of the accreditation process, we get feedback from patient of carers. So one of the things, and one of my asks, we can see from the board as well, one of the feedback we had from the carers is one of our visitors' room is, it's not welcoming, so we're doing a piece of work at the moment to improve our visitors' room, to improve, make it more welcoming, like we have water, refreshments. So it's about feedback-driven improvements as well. So if our patient is saying something to us and we're acting on it, if our staff is saying something to us, we're acting on the feedback. And if our carer is saying something, we're acting on the feedback, and they feel listened to. And bring all this together, that's the result that we get, good CQC rating, accreditation. And for me, that's what needs to continue to sustain the progress. Thank you, and to achieve better.
Thanks very much. And thank you again. I'll just sum up really. Thank you, Tracy, Vikram and Sandra for coming today and for being so eloquent as to what it is that's been achieved, and also very humble. It's an enormous achievement. You really are a beacon of excellence in NSFT, and I'm delighted that you're spreading the learning across other similar wards, and I think we'd like to go away and think about how we spread the learning across all of our inpatient wards. You clearly have developed a culture that's very special, and one that we want to see being replicated elsewhere. If you wouldn't mind, would you take our thanks from the board back to all of your staff, and our congratulations as well. And I'm waiting for the invite for the celebration event. But thank you very much indeed. It's been a pleasure hearing from you. I think you deserve this. Lovely. I know some of you may be staying for the next item, but if you feel that you want to leave, please do. Don't feel that you need to stay for all of it. Great, thank you. We'll move on now to the next item on the agenda, which is the Chair's report, which you have before you. And can I give thanks to Paul, who in my absence helped ensure that it captured the various things that we need to put in place for the feedback from my perspective as Chair. That's Paul Harrison. So I'll take the report as read. I'll just remind colleagues that my focus as Chair continues to be on my three personal priorities, which is advancing race equity across the Trust, placing carers at the heart of all we do, and championing innovation that improves outcome for our service users and carers. There has been really an extraordinary few months since the last board of excellence. We've heard about the forensics CQC report, and we've really seen momentum gathering in terms of improvement, which was helped no end by our fantastic staff awards. So I'd just like to place on record sincere thanks to everyone in the Trust for all of their hard work and ongoing commitment and compassion. Of course, we've already mentioned the delight that we all shared in the positive CQC report, and to receive outstanding in very important domains, including listening to and involving people and delivering evidence-based care, was really an exceptional achievement. So congratulations on that within the good across all of the CQC's 5 domains. I think Caroline is going to say a little bit more than me about our second, safer, kinder better awards, but for all of you that were able to join us on that wonderful evening. I think you will have seen the extraordinary endeavours and achievements of our staff, and I think it's extremely important that we as a trust are really happy to talk about their wonderful achievements and to really celebrate those achievements in the proper way. I'd be interested to have feedback from board colleagues as to what more we can do to enhance that kind of sense of celebration and thanks to our staff. It was an honour for me personally to present the Chair's Award to Anna Malanga, Chiramuta and Talent Bailey, who of course was on our film earlier, for their exceptional leadership. I'm really delighted to welcome 5 new governors who've been elected to the Trust, and it's lovely to see Carol here today, but it's congratulations to Carol, Sebastian, Rob, Maggie and Samaya Deep who are joining us and who've already attended induction in the beautiful location that is DIS, and we're really looking forward to working with you in making sure that you are able to play that really important role of representing your communities and your constituencies. We are working really hard with our partners in localities, but also on the sort of the kind of the trust-wide scale. I'll just mention the meeting that Caroline Tom, Will Pope, who's the chair of the ICB, and Ed Garrett attended with our Norfolk and Suffolk MPs in Westminster just before Christmas. We had a great turnout from our MPs, both in person and representatives from their office. So I think, Rebecca, it was probably the best turnout we've ever had. It was a very engaged and interested discussion that we had with our MPs. Caroline did a great update on where we're making gains, but as we are always, we're very clear that there's still further for the Trust to go. And we raised with them our concerns that in order to continue the forward momentum as a Trust in terms of improvement, we cannot have the rug pulled from beneath our feet by having to make excessive cost reductions. There'll be more opportunity to say a little bit more about that as we go through this agenda, but MPs are fully supportive, I would say, of us being properly funded so that we build on where we are now, which is on the cusp of good and going into great, because it's the very least that our service users and carers deserve. I'll mention very briefly a lovely visit that we had. Caroline and I were doing our chair and chief exec visits. We've got one later on this week in King's Lynn, but we were at Northgate Hospital in Great Yarmouth and Waveney, and it was really delightful to hear all of the endeavours and changes that colleagues are taking forward to improve our services in that area. Another area of pleasure that I've had as chair was to attend and open, in fact, the Routes for Success, which is our new Global Majority Leadership programme. It's one of our actions from our Race Equity Strategic Plan, and it will support talented colleagues across the Trust to deliver and develop their leadership potential. And as part of that, a corollary to that, can I please place on record my most sincere thanks to Harpreet Hockley for her immense contribution in ensuring that we as a Trust are very clear that we have a problem to solve in tackling racism in all of its forms, and that we have a very clear action plan in order to do so. I think I speak on behalf of all of the board that will miss Harpreet enormously as she departs for another brilliant job where she's going to be working at King's in London, and I'd like to wish her all the very best. They're very lucky to have her. We've had a number of behind-the-scenes board and governor development sessions over the last few weeks, and that's to make sure that in governance terms we're actually doing the respective roles and jobs that we each have and doing them well, and I think they've been altogether very constructive and very positive, which is great. So, as I always say in my report, thank you to all of our colleagues who are doing so much through their continued dedication to improve the Trust. I think we've got real forward momentum. I think it's tangible and palpable wherever we go now within the Trust. That's not to say that we still haven't got an enormous amount to do, but I think we really are moving ahead with focus and determination. I'm happy to take any questions. No, there are none. Thank you. Could we note the Chair's report? Thank you, and could I hand over to Caroline for the Chief Executive's report? Caroline.
Thank you very much. And again, Chair, I'll take my report as read and just pull out just a few items that I think are some good news stories, I think. There's lots of good news stories for the board. So overall, in terms of NHS England, as we know, we've been placed in National Oversight Category 4, the highest we can get in year is category 3 because we've got some deficit support, and any trust that has any financial deficit support can only reach 3. If you're in national oversight for the framework dictates that NHS England need to meet with the trust every month, and we had our first meeting earlier in last year, but in October time, with NHS England as part of that framework. Following that meeting, they then informed us that they weren't going to meet us monthly because they had assurance, and they were going to move our meetings to bi-monthly. And the metrics, quite a few of the metrics we've already improved on, and our absolute ambition is to improve into at least NOF3 as we go forward this year. But good news in terms of the credibility of our plans to improve and the recognition of that from NHS England. I know that we have all been worried about the very long waits for children and young people in our neurodevelopmental services, and some really great news that Stuart has been leading on, working with our commissioners, is that we have got funding to significantly reduce those waits imminently. We're going to be working with a private sector partner who has more capacity, and we'll be commissioning that. But we'll see those weights radically reduce, and obviously we'll pick up that more when we come to the performance area of the board, but really, really good news, of course, for children and families. We've also been really working significantly on reducing patients, service users that are treated in both out of area, and we haven't had any out of area patients in out of area beds for some months, but we have had patients in out of NHS beds. We've had, in the last couple of weeks, 5 workshops across the organisation to really work on admission and discharge and purposeful admission. Fantastic attendance. Again, I'm sure colleagues will pick that up. But as we speak today, as far as I know, I haven't checked overnight, we still haven't got, for the first time, any patients out of trust or out of area. So that's really, really good news, because obviously if they're within the trust, their experience of care is likely to be enhanced with community services. So it's one we really, really want to maintain, and a massive thank you to everybody who's focused on that. In my report, I also mentioned the good news that the teams have been working with partners in launching a new children and young people's crisis service in Suffolk. That's due to go live at the beginning of 26-27 and has been funded by commissioners. So that's really very good news of really strengthening that crisis pathway. And then finally, I was going to talk about the culture of care work, and it was great to hear from our forensic colleagues. I was going to talk about forensics, but I think we've done that already to death. But the culture of care work, as part of the Listening into Action programme for Wave 3, one of the programmes is to roll out the culture of care across all of our wards, and we've just had, on the 13th of January, a whole workshop. I think we had 100 and odd staff attend that. So really, really good news. And I think you've talked about the awards, so I won't, and the routes to success, so I won't repeat that. So thank you very much, and really happy to pick up anything that anybody wants to ask me at all.
Oliver?
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you for the report. I thought it was excellent. Really good to see the contents. It was just one quick question. It was in relation to the Health and Social Care Committee's report on community mental health services and their recommendation to DHSC that the spending on mental health services should continue to rise. And I just wondered whether you had any insights into the likelihood of their recommendation to the DHSC being achieved or not.
I wish I did. Oliver, I think it's a really important point, and I think given the history of this trust, we're in a prime position to keep our voice loud and strong around investment in mental health services. Obviously, we've been doing that particularly regionally. I actually had a one-to-one with Jim Mackey yesterday. So I, of course, talked about the importance of funding for mental health and the challenges we have financially. But I think I'd say it's a fragile environment nationally for mental health, one that's fairly worrying at the moment, I think. But at least in year we've still got mental health investment standard, and one I think we all need to collectively really focus on. It's good to see that recommendation, isn't it? Thank you.
I mean, I think it's incumbent on us, particularly in non-executive positions, to continue to make the case and the argument for the protection of that funding, but actually for there to be a move towards the parity that we know doesn't exist between physical health and mental health at the moment. One, we must fight the corner for NSFT to make sure that our funding is protected, and two, we must, for the greater good, if you like, perhaps, have our voices heard for those that are setting the national policy on mental health, to encourage them to be bold and brave in ensuring that mental health services, which are so vital for quality of life of our service users and carers, are properly supported, while at the same time recognising, as we do in our trust, that there's so much more that we can do to modernise and innovate and be more effective and efficient in the way that we deliver our services. So thanks for that, Oliver. Any other questions of Caroline? Thank you very much indeed, Caroline, for all you do. You are at the vanguard of setting the focus and direction and momentum of our forward journey, and we thank you for that. Brilliant. Right, let's note both the Chair's report and Caroline's, the Chief Executive's report. Could we take those both together as noted? And I'd now like to invite Tom to present his report on the Trust Strategy and large-scale change programme. Tom.
Thanks, Zoe. Yes, I've got two things really. I'll start with strategy and then move on to large-scale change programme. So as mentioned at the last board, we're refreshing our trust strategy to make sure it remains fit for purpose in the changing NHS climate, but also that it's suitably ambitious for an improving trust. We've moved on a long way since 2024. We had a really helpful board strategy session in December that helped really emphasise that need for ambition in our strategy, as well as clarifying our priorities so we can be really clear and crisp as to what our priorities are. So we'll be bringing back the draft strategy to a board strategy session in March, and that session will also be joined by the ICB, who are developing their own strategic plan for mental health. So it'll be really helpful to get their input, but also for us to impress our view onto the ICB to inform their own strategic plan. So that'll be a helpful session, and then it'll come through to board in April for sign-off. In terms of the large-scale change programme this year, you'll see in the pack an updated report on progress on those areas. I think in terms of movement of areas, there's a couple where we've successfully mitigated risk. So there's been a couple where the risk position's improved. There hasn't been any deterioration. Our highest risk area remains the EVI programme, where the challenge is to hit plan. Jason will give more of an update later, and it's to hit plan on a recurrent basis is our key element of risk there. In terms of the improvement position, there was a couple of programmes where there was risk of falling off track. One of those was the LIA programme, Listening into Action. We had a risk around recruitment of teams and launch of Wave 3. We've now got a date for Wave 3, and we've had really good input from colleagues. We've brought that programme back on track, and that programme, Wave 3, will launch on the 10th of March. And then finally, for the 26-27 large-scale change programme, we're in the planning stage to develop the individual work plans. So while our overall programmes are unlikely to change, obviously the work plans for the next financial year will develop, reflecting the progress we've made and any gaps and risks we still need to address. So the programme team have reflected on the programme delivery this year. We've also had helpful feedback for board about strengthening clarity of outcomes, the focus on specifics and specific goals, but also improved communication of progress and impact, both internally and externally. So there are elements that we're trying to reflect in the updated programme for next year. And again, that will come through to April board, this April.
Thanks very much indeed, Tom. Very, very clear and clearly looking forward to the work that we'll do behind the scenes, but also at board in public on the next stage of the development of that work. Thank you. I think we're going to have most of the conversation. I'm going to take a couple of questions. We're going to have most of the conversation about trust strategy in April, but Lynn's.
Thank you. My question is on the electronic patient record. It notes that we've still got an absence of a programme director. Is that still the case? And what are we actually doing to mitigate that? It's such a key programme and a key leadership role for that.
Thanks, Lynn. Yes, we did have a successful candidate. Unfortunately, that candidate pulled out at the last minute. So I've had to go back out to look for another programme director. I've got to be honest and say that Dave Huggins, the Director of Digital, is stepping into that space and supporting that particular piece of work. So it's still on track at the moment, but it is a risk that we're still living with. Obviously, we've got a number of searches going on as well across the country to see through Gatenby Sanderson and others to see if we can find a suitable candidate. And as soon as we identify, we will interview and hopefully appoint somebody really quickly. I'm going to talk in private board about the review of digital services. Part of that work involves support by an external company as well, and they're asking, or we're asking them if they are able to provide some additional support as well. So it's something else that we're looking at as well.
What's that noise? Is it the Tian? Okay. Oh, good. Okay. All right. I'm struggling to hear. I don't know whether other people are struggling to hear. No. I think it might be useful just to get them off for a little while. There's a lot of background noise going on. All right. Lovely. Okay. Thank you. I'm quite keen to restrict the conversation on this piece because we've got a substantive item at the April board, if that's okay. If there's a pressing question that any colleagues want to ask on this agenda item that's relevant in the lead-in to the April discussion, could you indicate? No? Sorry to close you down, but we're running a little bit behind at the moment. So, colleagues, thank you. I think, Stuart, we do need to be kept appraised of where we are on electronic patient record, EPR. It's key to the transformation or the ongoing transformation of the trust, and it seems that this post is, as Lynn's has identified, is fairly pivotal. If there's any risk to us going off track, I know that you'll keep us informed on that. So thanks very much indeed. And sorry to push through the agenda like that, colleagues. I hope you do forgive me. We'll note the Trust Strategy and Large Scale Change Programme paper. Thanks for the update, Tom. Let's move now on to a much more substantive discussion that we're going to have on the Integrated Quality and Performance Report, IQPR, and Stuart's going to lead us through this item. Over to you, Stuart.
Thanks ever so much, Chair. I'll take all the papers as read. I'll take certainly the first paper as read, but I just highlighted a number of areas I just want to talk through. The first one I just wanted to mention is the gap that we currently have between the data that we're showing in the report and the month that we're sitting at now. So we're sitting in February, we're showing November data, and we are going to pull that closer from April. So we'll pull that closer by a month in April. And so you'll see January data being shown in the April report. In terms of this national standards, if I can just draw your attention to page 5 of the pack in terms of the NOF metrics. People will be aware we're monitored by NHS England on a number of both scored and unscored metrics. The scored metrics are what make up our position in terms of the National Outcome Framework metrics. There's 4 that we really focus on because we can change them. They are changed on a sort of a kind of quarterly basis. The crisis 24-hour metric, length of stay of greater than 60 days, both adult and PICU, and the CYP access metric, which is 1 or more contacts for children and young people. And then the last one is the sickness absence 3-month rolling metric. So we measure those and score on those on a quarterly basis. And we can change our position in the NOF framework by improving on those particular metrics. In terms of recognising the data in the PACs is slightly older than what we would like. I just thought I'd give you a quick update. In terms of crisis face-to-face, 24 hours, in November we were sitting at 49.2. In January we were sitting at 61.2. So we have seen an improvement in our face-to-face. Still not where we want to be. And in the QPG PACs we've got trajectories for improvement from each of the localities on that particular metric. On length of stay, 60 days, we were sitting at 21.6% of patients across the organisation with a stay of over 60 days. And in January, we were sitting at 20.4. So we have seen an improvement in that particular scoring as well. On the CYP access metric, in November, we were sitting at 11,515 patients who accessed CYP services, which saw a minus 4.6% against the November 24 target. So this is a yearly 12 months rolling target. And in January, I've just checked the figures, and it was 11,592, so a slight improvement, but still a minus 3.9 actual against January 24's target. In terms of that metrics took a little bit of work to try and develop, and we're just in the final stages of testing on that particular metric. On the sickness absence 3-month rolling, in September 25 we were 5.9%, and in October we were 6.1%. That metric's still in progress, and we're still building that metric at the moment. What we're trying to do is ensure that we've got cost centre alignment across the organisation. It's mainly to ensure that we're not counting staff who work across multiple cost centres more than once. So we're not double counting. So that work's in progress, and we think that will be reported through both the children's metric and the sickness metric will be in the pack and reported in the April board pack. So you'll see those metrics in. And we will have a clear, because I think the table when I look at it is a little bit confusing, so we will have a clear what are the scored metrics and what are the unscored metrics for National Outcome Framework, so people will understand that a lot clearly. So apologies for the table that's showing in the pack. Hopefully people will have noticed that on the balanced scorecard this month we've added the amber rating into the pack. We have a third colour, which I think people will be keen to see. And through the improving care section, we're working with Anthony and Anthony's team to add additional metrics in around quality, particularly focusing on things like restrictive practice. So they'll be included from the April pack as well. On the advise alert and assure summary, I just thought I'd highlight, obviously the respective execs will pick up on their key updates, but I just wanted to bring people's attention to the out of area. That's showing an alert in the pack, and I just didn't want people to be confused by that, so let me explain that one. So it's showing as an alert, and the alert relates to the out of trust position that we had in November. So we still, I think I had 14 patients who were out of trust in November. They weren't out of area as per the national definition, and I think we agreed at the previous board that we would continue to monitor our out of trust position along with our out of area position, just to ensure we have that quality. That will show in the pack as 2 separate metrics in April as well, out of trust position, out of area position, and we're monitored nationally on the out of area position as well. And the reason that's an alert is the fact that we had 14 patients out of trust in November. As Caroline alluded to, in January, the whole of January, I didn't have anybody out of trust or out of area. In terms of drawing your attention to the IQPR redesign development plan, the metric review that we allude to, that's completed during the course of February, and that will show a more consolidated metric pack in the IQP report for April. And then the outside framework metrics proposal, where we've aligned expected standards to things that were actually outside of framework. We've aligned additional standards to those now, and they'll be agreed and will show in the April pack also. Happy to take any questions on that, Zoe.
It's really helpful, Stuart, and obviously I think the key point that you're saying here is that we've got a bit of a data lag going on in the papers that we've got for this board, but we're doing an awful lot of work, and I know it will be an awful lot of work to close that data lag, so we've got a much more up-to-date position, which I think will be incredibly helpful. I have an observation. I think, you know, what we're trying to do is be really clear and forensic about the areas that we absolutely want to focus on for the next 12 months. I think it would be helpful from the board's perspective if we're really clear on who is owning the different areas of alerts. They're the same areas of alert, effectively, that keep coming back, board after board after board. They're talked about in great depth in our various committees of the board. And that's why on occasions there's not an escalation into the board for a particular area that's classified as an alert, so that's a kind of a risky area. But I do think it would be helpful to have some transparency in the papers to board as to what's the lead committee on that particular alert, and so that we can kind of triangulate the alerts presented to us at board, what the chair's report at board, into board is saying, and what the executive performance report is saying. But this is great progress, but I just want us to be able to use this information more readily for conversations at board. But Stuart, thank you for introducing the orange into the tartan rug, or whatever fancy word you call it, and I think that that's really helpful. Comments from colleagues, please. Jason.
Yeah, just a technical point on the average length of stay metric. As it's on discharge, if we're dealing with long stayers and have resolved a long stay issue, it actually reflects as a worsening position on the metric. So it can be counterintuitive in terms of the performance on that particular metric. But that's the national mandated approach.
I'm going to be calm and think how my brain takes that in. Do you want to say anything more, Tom?
Yeah, because I had a similar, when Jason explained it to me, it was similar for me. So, for example, if you had a long stayer who stayed for 3 years, their length of stay isn't recognised until they leave. So actually, by moving on people that have had a very long length of stay, you might make your metric look worse, even though you're conducting exactly the actions to bring down your length of stay. So it's a data challenge. The work is the right work, and it's something you have to live with in the data. It's noise in the data, really.
I think you're telling me it's going to get better before it's going to get worse before it gets better. But if we deal with length of stay properly, it will over time get better. Is that correct?
Exactly. Then it really gets better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Great. Right. I'm going to go Julian.
I endorse the improvements that have been made. I'm very grateful for those, Stuart. Just 2 comments. One is that in the detail of the performance, it suggests again that the central area is struggling. I know there's actions that we're taking to try and improve the importance of central Norfolk. But I'd be interested to see if we're starting to see any impact from the additional support we're giving. And also really to talk about physical restraint. I notice in the exclusions that you're proposing that we're taking out some of the metrics around those. I know you've got others that are included, but the benchmarking suggests that we're using restraint too much, and that's coming out of internal audit and other benchmarking that we're doing. And a lot of that is around central Norfolk, understandably, because that's where a lot of our inpatient beds are. But I wonder if there's something more that we should be measuring here and taking note of. Thank you.
Great question. Anthony, would you like to respond?
Thank you. Just on the restraint issue, Julian, obviously since the time of this report, we've had further discussions about the metrics that need to be put in around restraint. So we're actually revisiting that and looking to increase the metrics that will be in there around restraint. It's a key part of our culture of care work that we're doing. So we've got to increase the focus and the measures that we have in place, not decrease them.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's helpful, Anthony. Stuart?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, good point, Julian. But just to draw your attention to the detail, the two metrics which suggesting we exclude are people restrained and people prone restrained. However, if you look further down the list, we are maintaining occasions where prone restraint is used and occasions where people are restrained. So that the metric's still there, it's still being reported. It's the type of metric. So rest assured, we are still reporting through both QPG and in the IQPR about the restraint. And then Anthony wants to add some additional sort of quality metrics around restraint as well and restrictive practices.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is that because if we count the people, one person could be restrained a number of times, but what we're counting is the incident of restraint, which seems more sensible. Is that correct, or?
That's correct, Chair, yes.
Okay, great, thanks. Oliver.
Thank you for the report, really helpful. It was just a clarification on page 70 of 194 around daytime average shift fill rate, where we say there's this month's data, recognising what you said earlier, Stuart, about it's a little out of date. It marks the 7th point of deterioration, and I just wondered where we are currently, whether that's, if the data is historical, whether we've improved, or is it stabilised, or is it continued to deteriorate? That's on page 70 of 194.
That'll be getting picked up through the exec updates in the various sections, Oliver.
Who's going to pick, just so I'm clear, Anthony will pick that up when we come to the performance report. Is that correct? Okay.
Safer staffing.
Oh, safer staffing, is it? Okay, all right. Okay, thanks very much. Any other comments on the IQPR? No? Okay, could we then note the IQPR, and I think, Stuart, back to you, because you're now going to usher us through the next series of reports. Is that correct?
Happy to, Chair. I think I'll hand over to Andy now, who's going to present the improvement performance part of the report.
Sorry. Thank you, Stuart. Thank you, Chair. I'll, as always, take paper as read, but there's 3 areas I'd just like to make some specific comment on, a couple under alert and one of our advisors. So, noting the comments earlier, but want to comment around psychiatric liaison and performance against 1 hour standard. We know that's still below where it needs to be. Important to acknowledge, it's been the best performance delivered across the past 24 months in that standard, but it is still significantly below where it wants to be at 82.3% in the back. Performance against the 24-hour standard in liaison is also underperforming, and the main issues affecting our performance continue to persist, those being demand at peak times regularly exceeding the staff capacity, so clusters of people arriving at the same time, people being referred before being medically fit, and staff absence or gaps through sickness or recruitment. Really importantly, we do now have a structured time-bound improvement programme in place with all action scheduled to deliver a strengthened position by March this year, and that's being operationally led, certainly in Central Norfolk, by newly appointed Associate of Ops, Shona Little. Demand and activity analysis is underway, due to be completed by February this year, and work to improve productivity should be completed by March of this year again. We did, as I think we've mentioned before, deployed CRHT staff from December of last year to add additional support. The plan is being monitored through weekly locality governance meetings and also through our Trust Access Group monthly, which I chair, and then also feeds into the performance and finance group, and locality QPG meets with the exec team. In terms of our neurodevelopmental pathway, again, important to note that the demand for ADHD assessment support continues to significantly exceed the commissioned capacity, and that's the primary driver for the pressures. Previously reported to the board, there was a joint steering group set up in autumn of last year involving both NSFT and the ICB to look at how we tackle and challenge developments to improve. The group's initial recommendations are now coming through, and we're currently considering how we strengthen our triage and screening systems using opportunities around digital platforms. We want to make sure that we can identify anyone that is currently waiting, but who's already accessing alternative services while they've been waiting. And really importantly, we want to make sure, and we've had conversations with the ICB about this, that there will be continued funding for the Recovery College in Suffolk for people who wait, which we've heard about at the board before, but really significantly and important, we've had the conversation about needing to extend that provision for Recovery College for people living in Norfolk to make sure that we've got an equitable offer across both counties. Also pleased to note that we've secured additional funding for NDD assessments, which will enable an extra 1,900 more children to be assessed by April of this year. Then in terms of advice, I just want to make sure that we acknowledge is the performance around our perinatal access standard. You'll see in the pack that it's consistently declined over the past 8 months, so it's important we provide a rationale around that. Again, important to emphasise we continue to remain above the national requirement. The reduction we're seeing is seen to be clinically appropriate and intentional, particularly in Suffolk, as we realign our service delivery to meet national quality standards. So we heard our forensic services talk earlier around the national accreditation scheme. In Norfolk, our perinatal community teams have been working really hard with the Royal College of Psychiatrists around the quality standard accreditation scheme to ensure that we're aligned with the best practice. Early indications in the first reviews we've had are really positive and show Norfolk is on track for that accreditation. So it's been important that the clinical leads brought Suffolk services into line with those same national standards. Previously, Suffolk's high access rates or higher rates were only possible because of additional temporary staffing, which wasn't sustainable. But also the service was supporting women with mild presentations, which was outside of the scope of the commissioned model. And by refocusing on women with moderate to severe need in line with the national standards, the access standard is naturally reduced and appropriate. So really important that the services work closely with the midwifery services across Suffolk to make sure that women who were accessing or could with mild presentations are being appropriately supported by midwifery services and the wider primary care network. So I just wanted to make sure that I drew attention to that and that the board understood the rationale and the context behind that. And then the final point I'll mention, which has been mentioned before, but is worth stressing, is the position for us around out there and out of trust. So as Caroline said, we do remain at zero in both out there and out of trust today. I do want to say though, it's a sign of improving position and we're doing really well in that, but we do still have quite a lot of work to do around making sure we sustain that, particularly around length of stay, particularly around our clinically ready for discharge. Caroline's mentioned earlier we had a 5-day workshop last week looking at all of the processes through pre-admission, admission, treatment whilst in hospital, looking at the discharge pathway out to make sure that we've got a much more sustainable approach to making sure that we can keep on top of that next day. While we're doing that, I just think it's really important that we understand there is work to do around that, so it is potential that we might see that number change, and we can't yet celebrate that that's sustained. Happy to take questions.
Yes, thank you, Andy. Caroline and Oliver and Anthony.
Thank you very much. 2 questions, please, and apologies because I've been away. So one question to Stuart, please. On the all the more detailed slides that underpin the performance reports, they're shown in a phasing of quarterly, but they're only updated to July in the bottom. So I think they should be showing the following. I think the data might be there, but we're not. Just does it look, because it looks like the last data point is quite historical. I know we're 2 months lag, but I think it should be probably have October populated at the bottom. That's my first question, please, and can we just make sure that is going forward? My second is to Andy, which is around, obviously, the focus around 1-hour psychiatric liaison assessment in A&E and Central Norfolk being our Achilles heel. And I know we put the actions of moving the crisis team overnight to the psych liaison, and the board, the narrative tells us that we had a recovery plan to deliver by the end of January. Has that delivered? So obviously these data points are a couple of months out.
Yeah, good question, Caroline. So I haven't got the exact performance in front of me, but we haven't got it to the point that it needs to be yet. We do still have the plan and working through that. I think there has been periods of higher demand coming in through the front door into the department, and again what that's done is mean that we pull some of our resources out from other areas to support it. Again, the timeline we've put into the report around February, March is realistic in terms of improvement.
Could I ask, Zoe, if maybe the Performance and Finance Committee could ask for, in their next cycle, a particular focus on Central Norfolk 1 hour liaison to get assurance of the plan?
Yep.
Thank you ever so much.
Happy with that.
Thanks, Zoe.
I think that's a really good idea, and I would encourage in board in public for us to identify those areas, just as Caroline has done, where we may not have the most up-to-date information, or we may not have the complete picture as to whether our interventions are taking effect, that gets remitted back into the committee. But really importantly for us as a board working in public is that then comes fed through back into board through the next series of reports. Otherwise, it's like playing whack-a-mole with all of these different data. We need to be able to tell, a kind of an emerging and I'm hoping improving story. So can we take that as an action, please, Ade? Feel free, members of the board, in this discussion to highlight areas where we need to remit back into committee for greater consideration, and then how we come back into board, please. Good, okay. Oliver.
Thank you. It was just in relation to the perinatal access point. So we discussed this at the Quality Committee last week, and I think the view of the committee was that we fully understand the rationale for changing the criteria. We've just asked Andy to kindly come back and give us some further assurance around are there any unintended consequences about that clinical group no longer being able to access the services.
I mean, that was a question I had in my mind when I heard what Andy was saying, because if we use the same data charts and the SPC criteria, it's going to look like we're continuing to decline. So there almost needs to be some form of reset on this as well, plus that really important safeguarding point that you raised, Oliver. Andy?
Yeah, so we'll bring more detail into the committee, but those conversations are happening. So two things. The service expect that performance to level off in terms of that, like it would remain above standard, but at the new normal, if you like, and not go back up. But I've had lots of conversation with the service about the need to go back and look at whether there's any unintended consequences. Certainly had a lot of reassurance, and we need to come back with the assurance around the conversation. So, for example, with the midwifery services across all of primary care and Suffolk, to make sure that we know that those individuals who might have been accessed to service before are being supported. So, yeah.
Thanks very much, Andy. Faisal?
Just to elaborate, and the conversation that we had in detail at the Quality Committee and what we mean by unintended consequences, that even though it's above standard, the key is making sure that the patients that we're not seeing are getting the care that they need in other parts of the system, and that's what we were seeking assurance on, and that's what we'll be looking at. Thank you.
That's really helpful, thanks. Stuart?
Yeah, just on Caroline's point, really, the graphs and the baseline, I'll have a look at that, Caroline. I think it's slipped slightly in terms of along the line, but actually let's have a look at changing the graph so it's more clear. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a labelling issue as opposed to it being cut off at July, doesn't it? But we do need to be much clearer, because members of the public might pick this up and come to the same conclusion. Anthony?
Thank you. Andy, can I just ask, and you may not be able to answer this just now, but under the site liaison routine referral seen within 24 hours, we're not meeting that target. And I see the explanation that's given is due to the knock-on effect from those patients in the ED department and the way in which that prevents them responding. So in terms of the patients that are on the inpatient wards in acute hospitals, when do we manage to get to see them? Is it within 48 hours or beyond that? And do we know if some of them end up being discharged from the acute hospitals without being seen by site liaison would we have that information or not?
Thanks, Anthony. We'll definitely have that information. I'm certainly not aware of any cases where we've had anybody come into an acute hospital, into one of the wards, where they've not had input from our psych liaison services. I'd need to come back to you with the exact data, and happy to do that with board in terms of how long the phasing is beyond 24 hours. Generally, this is assurance, though, this is reassurance, not assurance. I mean, I'm not aware of any cases where we're seeing people really beyond the 48-hour period, but I would need to come back here with the exact data for that. But it's a really good question, something we should keep an eye on.
Let's just note and take an action point on that then. Andy, thanks very much. And good distinction between reassurance and assurance, so thank you very much indeed for that. Any other questions of Andy? It's a big portfolio area, isn't it? Thank you very much for that. And obviously, you know, to assure members of the public and those that have come today, a lot of detailed work happens in our board committees to talk through the detail of this data, what it means, and what steps are being taken to make sure that we're continuing to bring the performance into the kind of the standards that we've been set, but also we as a trust have actually identified for ourselves. Can we note, please, then, if I don't see any other questions, the operational performance paper, paper H, I have to note that. I'm conscious, Julian, you were polite enough not to mention it, that I didn't seek an answer to your question around Central Norfolk earlier, and Lynn's very kindly pointed that out to me, and she's now going to, through her report on the Performance and Finance Committee Chair's report, help to get us some way to an answer on that as well. Lynn's over to you.
Thank you. So within the Performance and Finance Committee, what I want to talk about very briefly is the assurance and oversight that we receive at that committee. So of course we look at the performance every time we meet, with Stuart, Gary and Jason as well within that committee, the executive leads. So, but the way that we've been doing this over the last few iterations is to do more of a deep dive into each of the areas. So over the last 4 committees, we've looked at neurodiversity weights, we've looked at flow and bed census, we've looked at Central Norfolk in November, and then we looked at West Suffolk in January, and we're due to see West Norfolk in March. And the reason that we're doing that is so that we can start looking at those areas of performance, particularly alerts, and actually understand fully what the challenges are and what the plans are to improve. Now in neurodiversity, we've already heard that we've got additional funding, and the plans that we saw last year are now starting to take effect. In Central Norfolk, we have seen some improvements, but due to the data lag, as we've already talked about here, it often takes 1 or 2 iterations of a committee before we can see those improvements coming through. But what I am pleased to say is those that come to speak to us bring live data, and that's really helpful because we can see immediately whether something is on track or not. So those are the ways that we're actually seeking assurances, and every time we do have one of these papers, we do follow up to see if actually the plans that we'd talked about are starting to take effect. Now the areas that I just wanted to escalate today is 2. I think I escalate these every single time, and the first one is the funding gap from deficit support, that Jason hopefully will pick up later. And of course, we're looking at our 26-27 numbers. At the time of our committee, we still had a significant funding gap. But again, this is draft and ongoing discussions continue. So I think that's everything that I wanted to pick up from today around performance. The one final area I just wanted to comment on is we discussed around KPIs, key performance indicators, within the committee, and recognised we have a potential gap in where we can see patients who are clinically ready for discharge but remain on our wards, and that's one of our key areas that will affect our flow of patients If they can't leave, then we can't have new people come in. So that's something that we've left the committee, well, Gary, Jason and Stuart really, to have a look at and come back with. So that's it. Thank you.
Brilliant, Linz. That was so clear. Thank you. Exemplary, if I may say so. I wonder if there's any questions of Linz or the executive leads, who are obviously, fundamental to the success of the Performance and Finance Committee, first of all. And a question on process, really, to Caroline and Ade. Clearly, we've got our escalations from the committee into the board. Linz is very patient in saying this is what we always escalate up from her committee into the board. Where are we going to have that discussion on the agenda today? Are we going to do it under Jason's update? Jason.
So in terms of the deficit funding support, I'll cover that in the finance paper. And in terms of the annual plan, we're still in negotiation, and we have discussion in the private board for that particular item.
So we'll pick up the first point under your... Good, okay. Great. Stuart.
Yeah, just in terms of Lindsay's point around clinical ready for discharge. So we do report that through the QPG box, which when we meet on a monthly basis for the localities, and also bed management have got a live view of that in terms of patients they need to have conversations with the wards about. But we are looking at whether we bring something in or whether we add something to the IQPR pack as well in terms of where we are on clinical ready for discharge across the organisation.
Okay. One of the things that occurs to me, and I think this is because the way that we're now presenting our IQPR, it gives us more insight, doesn't it, as a board, and enables us to kind of hone in on areas as a board that we're interested in if we've not been into a particular committee. I'm interested in the juxtaposition between the Performance and Finance Committee and the Quality Committee, because I suspect that on occasions matters relating to these indicators that we're talking about in Lindsay's committee will also be relevant, absolutely relevant to Quality Committee, but maybe from a slightly different angle. How are we ensuring, if we don't have the same non-executives and or the same executive leads in those committees, that we're properly joining that process up?
Can I have a go? So I think there is some commonality, certainly of executives across the committees, but I think it's been really clear around what the function of each of the committees are in terms of performance. So clearly, and I completely agree, there's a particular overlap, isn't there, in the performance, particularly the performance side of the Finance and Performance Committee and the Quality Committee. Obviously, the quality metrics are going into the Quality Committee, and all of the operational metrics go into the Performance and Finance Committee, but as Oliver's already pointed out, for example, the Performance and Finance Committee will have been alerted to the perinatal issues, and the Quality Committee have asked for, well, what's the implications for patients of changing that? Or if we're looking at neurodevelopmental delay, very long waits, while the Performance Committee should be asking for a recovery plan, the Quality Committee should be asking for where's the risk assessment of patients that are waiting for a very long time. So I think it's just us being really clear about the different lenses of the different committees. I don't know if that helps.
I think it is really important we're clear. I think it's also important that we have a process that all of us understand for achieving that as well. It would be good to get some assurance, maybe not today, but at the next board meeting, that we have got that process in place. And I think that really does need to be driven and supported by the execs. It's quite a lot to ask our chairs to kind of be the gatekeeper for that process. But Oliver, have you got an idea on how we can solve this?
Well, I wouldn't go that far, no. So as part of my induction, I've attended quite a few of the subcommittees, and there is, without doubt, in my view, some common ground, and to a certain extent there has to be, because with one organisation. But I think it's how we apply the lens in each group. So in the Quality Committee, although there was some commonality between the performance group and what we looked at, I think I'm fairly clear in my mind. I'm looking at the experience and impact on people. Clearly I'm interested in numbers, But in my mind, I'm translating those numbers to what does that mean to the people we're there to serve, and how do we make them get better outcomes, keep them safe, and all the things that we aspire to do. But it might be helpful to have something to hold that in our minds, because my view may not be the rest of my committee's members' view, and it may not be the organisation's view.
In my very crude terms, it's almost having a kind of a route map that, you know, kind of is very clear for each of our indicators, which committee takes primacy for them, but also where there's an overlap, what the different kind of lenses are, I think, as you've both described it, are that the different committees are holding. I mean, the last thing we want is to ask execs to go to a whole range of committees simply to make that whole thing join up, but there must be a way we can help support that process. Caroline?
I'm just going to suggest that why don't we put it to paper, and a short paper where we start to clarify and confirm what the role of the different committees is, particularly with overlap. I suggest we probably need to probably two, so if we bring it back into 2 boards' time to do that properly and make sure everyone's involved in it.
Yeah, I think that's
Is that
helpful.
okay?
I think it'd be useful to have a discussion
Good
at that in
question.
one of our board strategy or development sessions as well, just so we can see.
We could link it into that, couldn't we, and then bring it back in
Okay. Let's
May.
take an action. We'll come back to board in May, but in the meantime, we will have the work. June.
Oh, is it
Sorry.
June? Sorry.
Board strategy in May.
Yeah,
But
so
we'll
we'll
go to
take
board
it into
strategy
strategy
in
because
May.
we're doing a session on risk in board strategy in May anyway, aren't we? So it'll fit in nicely.
I think if we can clearly flag in the chair's reports to board how that kind of, just as a reminder for all of those of us that don't attend all of these committees, how that's kind of being managed through as well. But Paul?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I thought we'd had a conversation and we were going to do a bit of a review of terms of reference across all the committees, and I think that would flush out some of the issues that we've talked about and make it much more clearer about the primacy of each committee and how they relate. So I think if we wrap that into the work you're suggesting, that will kill 2 birds with one stone, I think.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of Lynn's? Conscious that the escalation is going to get picked up with Jason, and the way that we make sure that we're managing the scrutiny and the assurance around these key performance and data points is clarified for the process we've just described. Are people happy to note Lynn's as Chair of Performance and Finances report? Great, thanks very much indeed. I think that brings us to the cold cup of tea that we're now going to have. Is it still warm? So let's just pause now for 10 minutes. We'll come back at 11:20. Quick break, stretched legs and a cup of tea. Thank you. It was good to have a little bit of time to just welcome some more colleagues who've joined us at the board. We're going to zip through, because I'm a little bit behind in terms of the timing. We're going to zip through the next set of reports, given that we've had a good discussion on the IQPR. So I'm going to ask now for Anthony to introduce the performance report quality, paper J. Over to you, Anthony.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. Take it as read. The one area to highlight around improving care is the alert to do with care plan compliance, which I know remains a concern. But I think it's just important to help the board understand, in terms of what we're looking at here, is that it's patients that are obviously open to us on our community services, or in our community services, and have they had their care plan reviewed at the 12-month point? So when we look at this and we see the data, it's not that our patients don't have a care plan in place, but has it been reviewed at that 12-month point? And that's where we're not sort of managing to keep up with the renewals at 12 months and the checks to validate that the care plan is still relevant and appropriate. Each of the localities have now got trajectories in place to get this to where it needs to be. We've discussed it through the QPGs, and we've had discussions certainly in my Director of Nursing meetings about it. So we saw good progress in the early part of last year, but sadly we've plateaued. But it's now something that's certainly under scrutiny, and I know the Directors of Nursing have got their trajectories in place through the QPG. So I would hope that when you next see this report coming through, there'll be significant improvement there. The others, clinical supervision, it's there as an advisory, but that's another area where we've seen good progress, but we've also seen that plateau out, and again that's an area that we've picked up with our localities through the QPGs, and there are trajectories in place to improve the performance around that too. The other areas I'll take as read, and happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Anthony. Oliver?
Just a quick question, please. So, on relation to clinical supervision, I can see the actions we're doing about that. But I know later on in the pack, when we talk about management supervision, that's actually doing quite well. And I was just curious about whether there's any sort of shared learning across both of those processes around supervising and supporting colleagues, whether that might help with the clinical supervision or not.
Certainly, Oliver, that's something that we've been discussing with them, the disparity there, and why, and how can they not sort of bring these two together in a more aligned way. So it is something that the groups are working on. And we're trying to simplify the reporting of it as well for the teams. So yeah, hopefully we'll start to see an improvement in that.
Yes, that makes sense, doesn't it? Caroline?
I was just going to point out what the history of clinical supervision. Oliver, it really slow starting point, so the Trust wasn't monitoring it historically. It was just doing management supervision, and we put a listening into action programme around it. It was at 30-odd%. So we have radically improved it, but we've got more to do. So there's a whole cultural issue, and Anthony's put quite a tight timescale in terms of frequency of supervision, quite right, but it's a cultural significant change for the Trust.
Thank you. Julian.
I've got to ask the question. I know, Anthony, you've got the short-term objectives to improve care plans, but given that we've got EPR on the horizon, we must be able to use the EPR to streamline our approach to care plans, risk assessments, and so on. There's a lot of documentation here. Are we making those preparations?
Thank you, Julian. We are. We've got the right clinical staff engaged in EPR preparations, and the issues that have been thorny issues for us are certainly those, they're being taken through the EPR preparation work.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that we've mentioned before, if I may ask a quick question, is understanding what our trajectories are for a number of these different indicators, and we've got trajectories at locality level. How do we kind of articulate that back into board in a way that kind of makes sense to us in terms of reporting?
So really important that committee and board have assurance that there's trajectories. Obviously, we've been building the central performance team. We've gone through all the corporate redesign. We've asked for priority around the National Oversight Framework metrics. And so, Stuart, you'll come in, but I think that's for the next board. But where we need to get to is that every metric that's off, that is appropriate, has a trajectory for improvement, and that is shown in the report. So have we got a credible trajectory of improvement? Is it on plan? If it's not on plan, that's where we need to really be focusing our focus. But I've asked, you're going to be developing a timed plan for that, Stuart, aren't you?
So from the next board report, you'll see the NOF trajectories for improvement being added to the POC, so you'll actually physically see those at a locality level. In terms of the QPG POCs, there are a lot more advances in the next coming months that Caroline alluded to. You'll start to see where we're off. You'll have a full trajectory that have been worked up by the localities themselves in terms of where they're going to get to and how quickly they're going to do that. And I think that will also be picked up through the committees. As the committees start to talk about the alerts that they have, they'll come back through as well in terms of feedback from the localities when they feed into the committees also.
Thanks, Caroline.
I wonder, Stu, if it'd be helpful for the next board for us to bring a forward plan. So we're really holding ourselves to account on timescales of when are we going to, in a phased way, get all the key metrics with trajectories. That would be really helpful, and then everyone's cited on that. Thank you.
And I did have another question. In this set of data, unlike the earlier performance data we saw, we highlighted where each of the localities were by sort of highlighting their performance red, amber, green, and we don't seem to have that here. I just wondered whether visually it would be helpful. I'm looking at these.
Oh, in the detail.
I'm looking
at the summary level there.
Oh, we've got it at summary. I wonder whether we could replicate that into the detailed level as well. I'm looking at pages 106 of 196 sort of onwards. It's just the cross-referencing gets a bit complicated for my mind. Go on, Stuart.
So we are developing, so the detailed reports where we show the graphs and the narrative underneath, we are updating a new template for that will have that additional sort of red, amber, green metric. It'll also have, if you recall, that they talk about the what, so what, and what next element in terms of the narrative as well. So that's being developed now. So we'll see that coming through in future IQPR reports.
Thank you. Any other questions of Anthony in terms of the quality performance? No. So noting that discussion and noting the further development of the reporting of this, both through committee and to board, with inclusions of trajectories, and sort of flagging the red, amber, green in a little bit more detail. Can we note that? Thank you. And I'd like to invite Oliver now to introduce Paper K, which is the Chair's report for the Quality Committee. Oliver.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be relatively brief. So nothing in the report in terms of formally escalating anything to the board. A couple of things I think are perhaps noteworthy. So we had a really helpful report on complaints processes, which was really good to see. What we've asked to see going forward is in relation to the actual outcomes. We have greater clarity about what the experience of raising a concern with is for the people involved. So we look forward to seeing that going forward. And I guess the other significant item was in relation to the PCREF, which was absolutely fantastic to see that, and recognising that the PCREF helps tackle the experience of stigma, racism and discrimination across services. So we think that was a fantastic document. And the final thing I might mention, if I may, and it just relates to our previous conversation about the lens and the optics of the different committees, is that we had a report on potential harm experienced by people awaiting ADHD and autism assessments. So we weren't looking at the numbers in terms of the performance, we were looking at the experience of people. And it was, as I understand it, was the first time the Trust had ever undertaken a sort of deep dive in looking at what that experience looked like and looking at triangulating information around risks, incidents, that type of thing. So it was a really helpful report, and we're going to bring that back. Anthony's kindly going to update it, refresh it in light of the conversations we had at the committee, and just try and do a bit more analysis about what's happening to people on a waiting list. So I say that merely as an example of the difference between the lenses of different committees. Happy to take any questions on the report.
That's really helpful to hear that, Oliver, because, you know, clearly for us, our biggest anxiety, what keeps us up at night, is what might happen to those that are waiting to access our services. So I'm really fascinated by that. I'm wondering whether there's a way that we could bring into somehow or other this public environment a discussion around the success of that initiative. Caroline and Anthony, do you have any ideas?
Yeah, I'm sure if Oliver and Anthony support, we could do a short paper or presentation that is the output of the work that you're doing to give assurance across everybody. You're happy with that?
No, very happy to do that. Obviously, as Oliver mentioned, it was the first time that we've taken a look at it in any sort of detail, but we want to, so that was bespoke, and we're looking at how can we make sure that we get something that can be routinely reported through around any potential harms that may happen while somebody's on the waiting list. So that's the kind of level of sophistication we want to try and get to with it, but happy to bring that through to a future meeting.
Do board colleagues feel that that would be a helpful use of board time? I appreciate we could do it elsewhere, but it won't be in public if we did it elsewhere. I think it might be quite useful for us. Okay, thanks very much. So we'll just check if there's any questions of Oliver or any other members on Quality Committee. Katie?
Thanks, Chair. At People and Culture Committee, I also asked about the complaints data and where it went, and I was reassured that it's looked at. But it did raise in my head this issue of how we integrate all of this feedback from friends and family tests, freedom to speak up, complaints data, because it's so information rich, and it will give us such a dashboard, if you like, of where we've got deep-seated issues which are coming up for service users, for staff. Where does that happen? How does that happen? How does that information get integrated between the different strands?
Great question. I don't know the answer. Has anyone got an answer for that? Do we manage that at the moment? Or is that something that we need to think about developing? I'm looking at Kath here, maybe. Caroline?
I think it's a really good question, Katie, and one that certainly in other organisations it's starting to get to outstanding. How do you really triangulate feedback? And then the most important thing is what you're doing about it. And it's the heat map really for teams and services. So what your incidents, your sickness rates, your complaints, your freedom to speak up, your friends and family. So I think it needs to be, obviously from Stuart's point of view, part of the evolving maturity. I think we can think about it. I don't think we're there yet. We're not ready. But I think it's a really important piece, and it will start to move us to being really good. I don't know if you've got thoughts.
Yeah, so in my previous organisation, they had a dashboard that almost looked at a number of key metrics that would help you understand your hotspots in certain areas. And I think we have got a list of those metrics, and Michael Lozano and Anthony's team has been looking at that to see if we can develop our own dashboard that almost gives us a set of key metrics around performance, around things like complaints, so you can actually identify areas that you might want to go and have a look at and just ask a few questions of. So that's what we're trying to pull together at the moment.
I think that'd be really helpful. It'd be good to know through which committee route you think that should then best be navigated. But Anthony, do you have a genius idea on this?
I think it should come through quality committee would be my suggestion. So there's the work that Michael is doing, and that's linked to the work that Tony Gray's doing through the development of the Ulysses system and under Gary's direction. So that will provide us with a lot of the data. Michael will then be looking at the qualitative, analysis of that, and I think that needs to come through to our quality committee then, because that's the triangulation point, I think.
Shall we agree that as a board then, that work will be developed and there'll be a time frame for that maybe we could get an update on for the next board, and then we'll wait
Can I
to
just
see.
come in?
Sorry, Caroline.
Sorry, no, it's fine.
Apologies, yeah.
And I think we just need to take it. I don't want to build expectation because I want us to get all the trajectories done. I want to get the performance dashboard up and running. And I think we need to be, I think it's really important. I think it's probably the performance committee because it's an evolving of all the, what are the 10 key metrics that are going to give us a heat map?
Yes.
And then it's how do the committees feed into that? So, and that needs to come overall from Stuart. Obviously working with people, quality, performance. And I just, in terms of when we bring that back, I don't know what your thoughts are.
So I've just had a quick look at the metrics. So there's 31 metrics that we're looking at. So we'll need to filter those down a little bit and just understand which ones are really key to us. I'll have a conversation with the performance team and see what the art of the possible is in terms of trying to pull that together, because it needs to show on the dashboard. People need to be able to sort of delve into the detail and understand it a lot more. I would think...
So shall we say, if we're bringing the performance trajectories in 2 boards' time, maybe we can reference that and how it links in and give a direction of travel in terms of potential timescales?
We could bring a plan back in terms of...
should we do that?
And we could have probably homed these down into a more sort of succinct list.
Yeah. Is that all right, Zoe?
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. So we'll come back to the June board with almost a paper on how we're going to map and manage a much more sophisticated approach to performance oversight and monitoring. So that's an action for us. Thanks, Ade and Jeremy.
Caroline's thoughts helped me crystallise what was going under my head really, and behind Katie's question is the whole premise that staff experience and patient experience are mutually supportive, and we need to look at them in the round. There's a role there for the Quality Committee and also for the People and Culture Committee, and I wonder if both of those committees do some work on their own inputs into that work that is then brought to performance, where that can be triangulated in the way that Caroline described. But yeah, that's and that evidence base for the fundamental link between patient and staff experience is well understood and well evidenced, isn't it?
I think what's helpful from these conversations that we're having is we're working out together how we can do that kind of bridging exercise that you've described really well, Jeremy. And I think you're right, there is a real role for one of our committees, performance committee, is being suggested to kind of be able to hold that loop and ring. But going back to the initial question, you're quite right, Katie, we should be hotspotting, we should know where our trouble areas are, our risky areas are, using that range of data, not 31 data points. And it must surely link, Jeremy, into the results of the staff survey as well, which again we will know more about once those the embargo on those results is lifted. So I'm sure we'll have quite a sort of sophisticated layering of information that will help us really hone in on the priority areas. Katie, and then we'll move on.
Could I just come back and say I think that's a really helpful conversation. For me, the framing is about quality improvement. So the performance management is important, but this is a step towards continuous improvement.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It really is. Okay. So, with that in mind, are we happy to agree those as the next steps? I won't repeat them because I'll probably get them wrong, but thank you very much indeed for that. I am now going to turn my computer back on because it's gone to sleep, and ask that we note the report of the Quality Committee Chair's report. And could we move on to the Mental Health Legislation Committee Chair's report, which Oliver is also covering. Oliver.
Thank you, Chair. So happy to take the report as read. I guess from my perspective as someone new to the organisation, the most exciting part within this is the external review that's taken place of the Mental Health Act legislation process, and I know there's a number of actions and recommendations that have arisen out of that, and that's coming back to the committee in March for an update. But happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Oliver. Caroline.
That's really good, and I'm pleased that we've had the review as well. And we've still got some fragility around this function. I guess it's just a question about when are we going to have next time a performance report for the Mental Health Legislation Committee aligned with all the rest? I think we're there. But Stuart and Faisal might know.
Yes, I've confirmed that it will be in the next pack, so it will be in the next IQPR pack. Faisal's agreed the metrics and been worked with Alan and the team.
And we'll get that in for next board. Brilliant. And into committee in the next round. Great.
Let's note then, shall we, that the metrics for Mental Health Legislation Committee will be available to the committee and subsequently onto the board for the April board. Thank you. Thanks very much, Oliver, for that. I mean, obviously it's really important that we've decoupled the Mental Health Legislation Committee from the Quality Committee, and there's an awful lot of work now that's being done to ensure that we're meeting our obligations in this really important area. But Faisal, and then we'll move on.
Just incredibly briefly, just to say over the past sort of 6 to 9 months, the data and the metrics that feed into group level and committee level are now at the IQPR level, which we've agreed and will feature in the April pack. That's been much strengthened, and also there's a lot more maturity and sort of validity around those, and that's been discussed at committee level.
That's helpful to know, because that gives us some degree of assurance that while that it's not being reported here or to committee, there is information that's enabling us to manage risk in that area effectively in the localities. Okay, great. Let's note that as well, shall we? Thank you for that point, Faisal. Important. With that in mind, could we note the report, the Chair's report on Mental Health Legislation Committee? Thank you very much. Can we move on to the Locality Service User and Carer Council update? Kath, I'm going to press you on this one to take the report as read.
Thank you, Chair. There's nothing I wanted to point out aside from what's in the report. Just pleased with the progress that's being made, and wanted to formally note the leadership from the locality directors of nursing in the development and the running of the first round of the service user and carer councils at locality level.
That's great. Thank you very much indeed, Kath. Caroline, I've got a question as well.
Whilst I know we've pushed for time, I just want to just acknowledge how fantastic it is that we've now got 5 councils up and running, and how much, you know, it's a real sense of celebration. There are very few trusts that will have got to this stage, and it's really brilliant. So well done to everybody, particularly for your leadership. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd echo that, Kath. It is really important. That's from a standing start position as well, and I know the amount of work that has to go into that. So can we just note our thanks to Kath for her leadership and all others involved in that process. Quick question, if I may, unless anyone else has got a question. The integration and alignment between local service user and carer councils and the work around the Council of Governors, I wondered, we may not have an answer yet, but do we have a kind of timetable for kind of making sure that that alignment is happening in practice? So our colleagues on the Council of Governors are very clear as to their role vis-à-vis the councils and vice versa.
Yes, we do. So the planning is underway now from the end of January, And within the paper, it talks about the Council of Governors attending, or members of the Council of Governors attending in Q2 of 26-27.
Great, thanks very much. Can we note that as well? We think that that's quite important because obviously some of the discussions that we're having with our Council of Governors is, you know, precisely around, we're really welcoming of the move to localities, but we're trying to understand as a governing body what that means for our specific roles as well. So really welcome that. I can see Eric, who's Deputy Chair of the Council of Governors, nodding to that. Anyone else want to come in on that? Right, thanks, Kath, very much, and thank you for your fantastic brevity as well. I'm now going on to, and we're going to note your report. Can everyone note Kath's report? Thanks very much. We're now going to go on to the Forensic Services CQC report, and it's delightful to see more members of the team arriving since our earlier session on Forensic Services, and I'm going to invite Anthony to hopefully welcome members of the team, but also to present the report. Anthony.
Thank you, Chair, and yes, to welcome you all. It's great to see you here, and you're the folk behind the outcome that we've seen in the report, which is excellent. So CQC inspected back in October, and we received the report in December. They hadn't inspected or rated the service since 2018. And at that point, on one of the domains, we were requires improvement on the safe domain. This time, through all of the hard work that's been carried out in the service, we were good across all of the domains. They looked at 21 quality statements. 19 of those quality statements were all strong, good ratings. And there were 2 that were outstanding, which was a real tribute to you all. The comments, there were a couple of comments in the report where they highlighted the service being exceptional around maximising the effectiveness of people's care and treatment in the way that you assess their health, care, well-being and communication needs, and also exceptional at helping people share feedback and ideas or raise complaints about their care and treatment and support. So this is a very strong report from CQC. The CQC obviously introduced a scoring under their new regime, and when you look at the scoring thresholds, you can see that they're very strong goods that the Trust has received, or the service has received. So the report is there. We've heard earlier today about all of the hard work that has been put into achieving this, and the additional accreditation that the service has received on 2 of its wards through the Royal College. I think that just sort of demonstrates the rigour that's behind all of the quality improvements. I think it just demonstrates the commitment that you've had to improving quality and making sure that you're doing your best for the service users within your care. So I think they're the key points that I would like to raise, Chair, and happy to take any questions or further comments.
Thanks very much. For colleagues who have joined us from the service, we've got in front of us the chart that shows the CQC ratings and the kind of the shades of light green good and the dark green outstanding, and how that's moved over time since the inspection in 2018. And it really shows its own story as to the immense effort that's gone into driving these improvements. They haven't happened, they would not have happened without your leadership. So we feel incredibly grateful as a board for your work, and also incredibly proud of the work that you're leading and achieving. I'd just like to invite colleagues to comment or contribute. Caroline and then Tom.
Just to reinforce everything that Anthony and Zoe has said, and apologies folks, because we spent probably half an hour earlier really talking both about CQC accreditation and the service user and carer voice. It is fantastic. And if there were two of the domains that I would really want to get outstanding in, they're the two that you got outstanding in. You know, listening to the voice of service users and carers and delivering effective evidence-based care. That's what we'd all want for our families, to know that we're being listened to and that the care is effective and evidence-based. So just fantastic, and we're incredibly proud of you. And you're a beacon for the rest of the Trust. So thank you so very much.
Well said, Caroline. Tom?
So I won't go back onto activities, but I think which I mentioned earlier, but I think what really struck me from the discussion earlier too was the fact that you've been balancing service user needs and what's best for service users with the requirements of the accreditation, with the CQC framework. So Tracy earlier mentioned the work you did around the single assessment framework and the SAF, and I think that's just shows you balancing those different elements to together deliver a service that's really, really strong for service users. And again, as I said earlier, I think it's a really good model for other service areas. So I think we need to take that learning and apply it elsewhere. So thank you all.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Tom. I mean, hopefully you've seen the film that talent stars in. You've not seen your latest Oscar offering. Well, we'll make sure that we circulate a copy of the video, the film that we've seen as a board, to you and to all of your staff. And it's really interesting listening to the service users and them talking about the importance of the structure, that the activities that they're able to engage in, going for walks, doing cooking nights. One of them's cooked a Thai green curry. You know, these things are so important, aren't they? We know how important that is. And you obviously, you know, you do that at scale, with the added benefit of having the mount as well. And you're quite right. How do we replicate that across all of our wards and enable all of our service users who are in patients to access that kind of support? Andy?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's a comment and probably a challenge to all of us in NSFT to think about how we take the point Caroline said around that's a beacon, but I know the journey will have been quite a long one to where you got, and on the way there were things like, so Drayton Ward, I think it was only 18 months ago, maybe a bit longer, where you had to move from upstairs. And Sandra, you would that in itself, managing a move from a less than fit for purpose space into one is really difficult. We've had the leadership restructure that we've gone through at the same time. So there's something for me around testament to the staff that are working in and on the wards who, despite everything that's going on in and around, have maintained the quality. So there's something around, absolutely right, it's a beacon, but there's so many other areas in NSFT where we could really learn on how do we harness that culture. And I know that because I spent some time working with you guys closely, and the culture in Northside House is quite unique in terms of how well people work together to that one common cause. So just a challenge, I guess, to ourselves about how do we capture some of that rather than just acknowledging it, because it's so much more work than we probably can ever understand.
I mean, I do very, very strongly feel, and knowing some of the leaders involved, and many of whom are here today, this is about leadership at the end of the day. It's about you engaging and enabling your staff to do their very best and to do these amazing things, which we don't see everywhere across the Trust. And I suppose the question I've got of you is how do we give other leaders across the Trust the confidence, the boldness that you've demonstrated to be able to kind of go ahead in that sort of real striving way, to be able to emulate what you've achieved there. So I'll leave that thought with you, and then I may invite one of you, and you can nominate who that will be, just to come up to the table, just to give us a kind of a bit of an insight on that. Oliver, and then Rebecca, and then Kath.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say congratulations again. It's an absolutely fantastic report, and certainly it goes far beyond what I've seen in other services across the country. So huge congratulations. And particularly the points that Caroline's referenced about listening and supporting people and families. And I suppose what crossed my mind as I read this was thinking back to the previous report in relation to what we're setting up in place around the organisation to listen to people with lived experience and their families. What's the conduit back into the organisation for learning from what we've done so well within forensic services, what we're going to learn from the new architecture around service user involvement? How do we get that so it's permeating the organisation across all levels?
maybe I'll just, mindful of time, there's a number of ways. So we've obviously got all the work that we're doing with single assessment framework under Anthony's team, where there's a whole load of learning. There's all the culture of care work that we've got, a listening into action programme, where again, that's all been done together. We're going to invite the forensic services. We've just launched yesterday, we had our first new senior leadership team. It had 140 people in this hall, which is down to associate director level, and we're going to invite forensics to share their learning and really discuss and debate with others next time. I don't know, Anthony, if there's anything else you want to add to that. That's
no, I think you've pretty much covered it. Thanks, Caroline.
Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Rebecca and then Kath? No?
Yes,
Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, just echoing colleagues, you know, just praise of your services and that energy that we've heard mentioned and that difference in culture when you enter Northside House, you can really feel when you're there. Just thinking about the internal learning that we've talked about, which is absolutely vital, but I'd be really interested to hear either here or outside how you're sharing your learning with other teams up and down the country, because I think our ability now as we progress as a trust to be able to share that learning innovatively nationally is so important, and I think people have reached out to you, and I think it would be really helpful for the board to understand that. And obviously happy to work with you, all the suggestions we've heard, but opportunities around our leadership conference, the nursing conference, our annual public meeting. We've got lots of opportunities this year to share your learning with the wider communities we serve and also the people who are trying to learn from you across our services. Thank you, Chair.
It's quite irregular, and I'll probably get told off for this, but I am the chair and they can just sack me, I guess. But I just wonder whether one of you would just like to just come back and very briefly respond to what you've heard from the board. I don't want to... Two of you. Fabulous. All of you. Hang on a minute. We've got to stop at lunchtime. Okay, over to you.
Hi, I'm Julie Parker. I'm the Director of Psychology for Forensic Services, and obviously have a couple of my colleagues here. And I think the fact that three of us came to the table in a way is partly the answer to your question. So I think you asked about leadership. I mean, obviously, in terms of your feedback, it's wonderful to hear that. But I think it was probably more wonderful for us to get the report because it had been a long time since we'd been inspected. And we're aware of the long-term work that we've put in. And you asked about leadership, and I think we have kind of a very integrated leadership structure at Northside House. And there's some kind of procedural elements and structural elements that underpin that and the collaborative way that people do work together. And a lot of that is particularly managed by my nursing colleagues. But I think in relation to the culture, etc., I mean, I'm telling people who already know this, it's a very long-term journey. And I've actually worked in the forensic services for, I think, about 14 years now. And it's changed massively in that time. And certainly from my perspective, I think some of that has been about the structures we've put in, but also I think the long-term work that we've put in terms of developing our leaders and supporting them. And, you know, I've worked with some of my colleagues for a long time and sort of seen their development over that time. And I think we've been able to grow some really brilliant leaders in our service at different levels, at all different levels. I'll let Talent speak now.
Yeah, so I want to just sort of come back to the question around how we're going to share the learning before I then pass on to Tom to maybe talk a little bit about some of the lessons we've been learning from that cross-integration nationally with other organisations. But for us, at a local level, how do we share our learning with those internal to our own trust? But there's quite a number of forums which we find are really helpful. So as Associate Directors of Nursing, we've got our own sort of group. We meet quite regularly. I think that's something that we're encouraged to do straight after the restructure. So we've set that up. It gives us an opportunity to talk to each other about the challenges within our clinical areas, but also where we know things are going well. So I know that having had a few visits from CQC as Associate Nursing Directors, we're talking to each other about the areas where we could improve or the areas we've learned something from the reviews. But also just thinking about a national level, I think Vikram might have talked about our forensic network and some of the asks from our own collaborative to present to other trusts about the work we're doing. And Tom, I know you've visited one of our other colleagues in another part of the country where we've taken some learning. Do you want to share a little bit about that?
I think yours doesn't work, Tom, so talent can share. Yeah, we had this problem earlier.
There we go. Hi, sorry, I'm Tom, I'm one of the matrons. One of the biggest impacts that we've had in secure services, especially over the last 6 or 7 years, was the shared of learning that we have with the provider collaborative, but how important it's been part of the Royal College of Psychiatry and that accreditation process. We do a lot of visits to and host visits where we have taken a lot of what that we put towards the CQC visit, which we've learned from other areas, and we're still doing that this year. This is where such things like our body scanner, which was recently approved for use at Northside House, we got that from another unit, and we're also currently learning about the reduction of restrictive interventions from our Gloucestershire partners, who are one of the very few low secure units that don't use seclusion. They haven't got a seclusion room, and learning how that works basically, and what the resources they have in place to make sure that they don't use that low secure unit. I'm going to sell this, but one of the main things that they have is because they do have a 7-day-a-week, 12 hours a day activity team that work outside of the team, and they attribute that to a lot of reduction in restraints, a lot of reduction in seclusions, and all the resources put into that, and it shows in their units. I am going to finish quickly on maybe a bit of a criticism. A lot of the last 7 years has been, a lot of the work has come from the fact that we've been able to be quite autonomous with what we do, and a lot of us, especially like me and Vikram and the rest of the nursing team who've been here for quite a while, Sandra Biko as well, we've been able to sort of focus on the things that are important to us and the team, etc. Over the last year and a half or so with the restructure and everything, our time has become restricted almost, so allowing that sort of free flow of that extra work, that extra improvement work that we've been working so hard over the last year, especially when Andy was involved with us, that's kind of slowed down a bit. So we're now looking to see how we can best utilise our resources and our time to try and get that momentum back. But it is a challenge with the current restructure that's been put in place, and hopefully with a review that will show some improvements in that area.
Yeah, thanks, Tom, for your candour, and obviously Talent and Julie as well. Really important that we hear this directly from the board to the board. Really important that we go away and reflect on what you've told us just now. Very important to understand that what you're engaging in is continuous improvement in action. And I think it just, serves for me to say on behalf of the board again, thank you very, very much indeed for being here today. Thank you for giving us your time, and thank you for the tremendous work that you're leading in forensics and secure services. Our conversation will go on, but I do have to bring this meeting in on time, so thank you very much indeed. Anthony, this is your... Oh, would you like to give another round of applause? Is there anything else you'd like to add, Anthony?
No, I think the comments have been very helpful. The feedback's been helpful. The important issue for me is how we sustain the improvements now, and how we share and embed the learning across the organisation. Thank you.
We'll go away and have a reflect as a board as well on what we've learned from you today, and make sure that that gets incorporated into the work that we take forward too. So thank you very much indeed. Let's thank the forensics team for coming, and let's note that report. Thank you, colleagues. Let's move on to the corporate redesign update paper, which I know Tom has only got 5 minutes for.
I'll take that sign. So just very briefly, this is planned to be the last formal update of the programme as we move into business as usual for corporate services. So we're now completing the transition and implementation. Through this period, we've significantly reduced the number of active risks, as you can see in the change to the risk register supplied. There are still some activities continuing. Kind of chief among those is training for business partners, which is going to be held in March. And then we've got an organisational development programme launching to support the real embedding of the new model for corporate services. So there is some work continuing. In the meantime, we're continuing to monitor outstanding risks that we do have. And then we'll formally, as alluded to actually before with the locality review, we'll formally be reviewing the programme in the next financial year to understand the impact on performance, as well as the impact on our locality services from this programme too. I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Tom. It's an enormous piece of work, and thank you for that update. Any questions? Can we note the report, please, then? Thanks very much. Let's move on to the Safe Staffing Report, paper P in the pack. Anthony.
Thank you, Chair. Again, take the report as read. This is the Safe Staffing Report for October and November. As you'll see from the report, there continue to be pressures in the services that's required sort of use of temporary staffing to meet the needs where we had enhanced observations of patients due to their levels of acuity. We made sure that all of our check and challenge meetings took place to ensure that the wards were safely staffed during this period. So that's one of the key points to highlight. We've continued the work around our skill mix review. We brought a paper through to Quality Committee last month on the work that's been undertaken there, where we've been using our mental health optimal staffing tool and other measures to try and provide us with a staffing skill mix for our inpatient wards moving forward. There's further work that we need to do. It needs to align with our strategic objectives. It needs to align with our financial planning for 26-27, and it needs to align with the transformation work that we're doing in inpatient services. So there was a good discussion, helpful comments back, and we expect that the final report and position will be brought through to the March Quality Committee. We've progressed the work around our registered general nurses or registered nurse adults in the organisation. We're actually starting consultation with our RNAs next week, which will secure their place in the trust. It will just mean that they're redeployed. Some will be redeployed to other areas than where they're working at the moment. And in terms of the clinical harm work that was being looked at through the extraordinary subgroup of the Quality Committee, that work has progressed, and I'm pleased to report there was no significant harms identified through that additional piece of work, and that extraordinary subgroup now is coming to a close. The next meeting, we anticipate the next meeting will be the final meeting with an assurance report going back to the Quality Committee. So they're the key points. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Anthony. And bearing in mind this has been considered in depth at the Quality Committee, it would be helpful to get any reflections back from Quality Committee members. But Lynn's first, and then Caroline.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. So my question is on the multidisciplinary team establishment review, which I understand from what you've said as well, there is the paper coming back. I was really pleased to see this and that it will include the therapeutic element to it as well. So for least restrictive experience. I wondered if it will also include the activities like what we've just heard from the forensic team. And included in that question is this across every ward of the trust? And secondly, are we having a similar review for our communities as well?
Big question there, Anthony.
Thank you, Linz. Yes, so when we've looked at this work and we were doing the baseline across our wards, there's huge variation at the moment, as I'm sure you'll appreciate. And there's not just in terms of the nurse staffing numbers, but the allied health professional numbers and also psychology professional numbers, and also into that equation we need to put the medical staffing as well. So the work is covering all of our adult acute wards and our older people's wards. It's not covering at this stage specialist services because they're commissioned in a different way. But that will be the next phase of the work. So yes, this will just cover adult acute and older people's. When we've looked at the objectives that we're trying to achieve here around making our wards more therapeutic, we also did an analysis of what is actually available in terms of therapeutic treatment and also therapeutic activities. And again, we sort of found there's lots of variation there as well. And no kind of robust therapeutic activity program that you could point to across our wards. From your visits, you may have sort of observed, you might see a sheet of paper on a door that sort of sets out some various activities. But that's not governed at all, is what we've discovered. So there's, that's another area that we've now, through this work, we're developing a therapeutic activity program for what does that need to look like for each ward, acute and older persons. The therapeutic treatment and therapy then relies on, have we got people with the right skills? So have we got people that are trained in delivering family interventions, cognitive behavioural therapy, dialectical behaviour therapy within our teams? And that skill mix, again, that varies. So we need to make sure that we've got people with the right set of skills to be able to deliver those therapies. So it has been a more kind of complex piece of work than I think we anticipated it would be, which is why it has taken longer than anticipated. But it's, I think, we've discovered a lot now through it. We're actually clearer about what needs to be put in place. And we've also looked at, what's been driving or the high use of temporary staffing.
I'm going to push you a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Here.
Okay.
If you could wrap up.
So looking at that, and we've discovered that there's things around different ways of observing our patients, zonal observations. So that there are different ways in which we can actually, we feel, clinically manage our patients. So that's been the breadth of it, Linz. It is quite complex. It's going to be quite a thorough, analysis, and I think it will provide us with what will be a much more appropriate multidisciplinary skill mix for our wards.
Thank you. Probably what would be really helpful for me as a non-executive director is, one, the paper, and two, next time we go on a ward visit, let's have a discussion so that we can see what will feel different, what will be different in the future as a result of that. Is that all right?
Yeah. I mean, we should be able to sort of coin that for you in terms of what you should expect to see as a result of all of this. Yes.
I think that would be helpful for all of the NED's non-exec directors, actually, is to really understand what the objectives of this is. I imagine that there's going to have to be some further kind of redesign of, resourcing and possibly investment in this area. So I think it's going in through the Quality Committee for oversight and assurance, but it's something that's kind of fundamental, as Lindsay's big question indicated. So thank you for that, Anthony. I'm going to go to Caroline, and then I'm going to go to Oliver.
Okay, thank you very much. Just quickly, I wonder if we've got the lens of this report quite right in the way we're reporting it. So our responsibility as a board, and the reason we look at this on a frequent basis, is are our wards safely staffed? And because we're RAG rating, where the vast majority of them are overstaffed, of course that's because we're using temporary staffing because of things like zonal observations or other observations. I think the danger is we're missing the important lens of where is there risk. Yeah. And Oliver's earlier point around the performance report that has 7 points of deterioration is because there's higher levels of staffing, not lower levels of staffing. So I wonder if we just need to revisit it. And I'm worried about, not worried, but I'm curious, and I'd like Anthony and the Quality Committee to just have a look at, because Willow Ward is the only ward that in each period has got fill rates for qualified staff below what we'd want. And because of the RAG rating, we can't see it straight away, because really everywhere else is green, apart from some pockets, and then there's a theme around the older adult ward in East Suffolk. And I wonder if we can just get a bit more assurance around that. And I don't know, it's not an answer now, but do you think it would be helpful for us, with Stuart and Anthony, to just go away and rethink it, the way we're presenting it?
I'll say here to that if you're able to, because that chart that Caroline's looking at, which is on page 139 of 196, I think can lead lay people like myself and potentially other NEDs to the wrong conclusions through the way that this is presented to us. So I think you've absolutely put your finger on it, Caroline. So can we take that as an action to have a look at how we reframe this, so we can have perhaps a more supported conversation both through Quality Committee and, if necessary, into board as well. Thank you. That's an action. Can we go to Oliver now?
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly on the MDT proposal, it felt like a really important piece of work that was coming before us at the Quality Committee, because if it lands in the way that I think is intended, it should give us assurance about what you'd expect to see in terms of receiving care across any service within those parameters that Anthony set out. So it does feel like something that's quite ambitious and something that I'm keen to see the next iteration of the report. I guess the other bit we'd say, we sort of gently asked for some further points of clarification, including some of the evidence base around some of the propositions behind it, such as observations, that type of thing. So we expect to see it again, as Anthony said, in March.
It's helpful for us as a board to hear that kind of degree of work and seeking of assurance is happening within the Quality Committee. So thanks for explaining that, Oliver. Great. With all of that in mind, are we happy to note the safe staffing report and look forward to a slightly revised iteration, possibly not for the next board, but certainly for the one after? But I'll leave it to Anthony, Stuart and Caroline to determine the timings on that. Thank you. Let's note that report, and then let's move on to the performance report, people and culture. I'm going to ask Jeremy to introduce this. In 10 minutes you've got, Jeremy. I might shave a little bit off that, just to warn you.
Thank you. Just borrowing Oliver's microphone because mine is non-cooperative. Thank you, Chair. So I think just two areas that I would like to emphasise from this section of the IQPR. The first one is around sickness absence. You will note, of course, that this remains the area of most concern, I think, in the Improving Culture Dashboard, and indeed it is an area of escalation from the People and Culture Committee. So I won't say too much more around the what next, because we'll cover that really with the Chair's report from Paul. shortly. But just to emphasise and just to share, just to make sure we've got collective understanding, we've seen an increase from around 5.5% to 6% in our sickness absence, in our annualised sickness absence rate over the course of the past 6 months. So that's the extent of the trend. That does include variation at locality level, and the summary dashboard helps us understand where that concern is most felt at locality level. It is not in the lower quartile when we benchmark ourselves nationally yet, but it is approaching that threshold, and that chimes with our understanding from the NOF framework, because this is one of the NOF metrics that is used for that national analysis. As I've mentioned previously, the work in my team has really focused on our longest duration long-term sickness absence cases, and we've seen some success in that area, but we are still seeing an increase in long-term sickness absence, particularly in 2 or 3 localities. But we'll come back to that, I think, in Paul's chair's report. The second area I just wanted to highlight as well, which is more positive, is around the vacancy position. And over the course of this year, as a board, we've noted the success that we've seen in both recruitment and also in retention, as shown through the turnover statistic, but particularly focusing in on vacancies. And you've got some commentary in the IQPR there around the recruitment success we've seen for both newly registered nurses, medical colleagues, and clinical psychologists in particular, helping to get our vacancy levels down to our target of around 8.5%, which is positive. We're also seeing good triangulation, so you may have spotted in the finance report that we'll come to later, we're seeing a downwards trend in our use of bank and agency staff, so that is triangulating there also as we bring vacancies down. There's also positive indication in this report as well around our future pipeline for newly registered nurses too, with offers being made to those who are graduating around now and also later this year. But those are the highlights, I think, Chair, from the Improving Culture section.
Thank you very much, Jeremy, for explaining that so well. And sorry for the little bit of distraction. I realised that it wasn't clear to colleagues that what's on some versions of agendas, the single-sex compliance annual report, is a consent item, which I'm going to take at the end. So I'm sorry that I was a little bit distracted during the beginning of that, but it's a really helpful overview of where we are on the cultural areas that are so important to us. I'm going to check whether anyone's got any questions of Jeremy. Yes, Caroline?
Just quickly, and thank you, Jeremy, very much. It's good to see that we're making progress on the turnover at 2 years service, because that's been an Achilles heel for the Trust for a while. I wonder if our target of 25% is the right target. It feels high, and I wonder if we need to have a look at that to align it more with our overall vacancy rate, turnover rate.
Yeah, certainly we can look at that, and it should be an extrapolation really of the 1 year target, shouldn't it? Yeah. That would be our starting point.
Yeah. Or even if it's phased over.
Let me take that as an action.
Yeah, thank you.
So to be more challenging of ourselves.
Yeah.
As always, Zoe, as always.
Good. Well, I have a good old cough. I'm going to check whether there's any other questions of Jeremy. Thank you very much. Let's note that report and let's go on to the People and Culture Committee Chair's report. Paul.
Yeah, thank you. Just 3 things to pick up from People and Culture Committee. One that Jeremy's already talked about is around sickness absence, which we had a really good session on in the committee. I think what we discovered there is sort of really a lot of assurance around how we're dealing with managing sickness absence and how we're improving the management of sickness absence and how we're supporting staff back into work. So if you like, the managerial and sort of monitoring and progress chasing and supporting individuals, I think once they are off sick, we're getting to grips with that. There's more to be done clearly. but that seems to be getting much more robust. The area that we were less convinced about was how we were aligning our strategic staff health and well-being priorities with the data that's coming out around what are the drivers around sickness absence. So that's an area I think that the committee wants to return to do more work around. Clearly there's some very good activities underway to support and promote well-being amongst our staff, but we still need to do more, I think, to align the data that we've got about what's driving sickness absence and also the strategic interventions that we've got lined up in our plan around staff health and well-being. So that's going to come back to the next People and Culture Committee in March. So that's the first item. The second item, just to flag to the board, which of course the board is aware of, and will, the full results of the 2025 staff survey will come to the board in April. That will be, those results are published in March and they'll be published with national benchmarking data as well. We had an early sight of some of the initial analysis, which was really helpful. Really setting out what the challenges are, I think, for us in response to that. 68% of our staff responded, so we clearly have, at that point in April, to make some really important decisions about how we respond to what we're saying as an organisation about how we feel about working within NSFT. What struck me in the early analysis is this real need for us to ensure that teams and localities are really in the driving seat around making sure that the response to this is really grounded and meaningful to colleagues on the ground. So I think, like most organisations that are being challenged, over the years, NSFT has tended to centralise delivery of activity around improving culture, which is not unusual when things are not working well. But this is a point, I think, now to shift that and maybe flip it to the point where actually teams and localities are leading this drive for improvement with real support and energy from corporate services enabling that. But that's something that we'll talk about, I guess, in April. The third area was a Race Equality Action Plan, and that's on the agenda today, so I won't say anything more about that. Thanks.
That's really helpful, Paul. Really sort of strong work that's going on in the committee to seek that assurance that we are going to shift this culture around, because that's fundamental, isn't it? Better culture means better services to our service users and patients. Caroline and then Jeremy.
I just really welcome that, and really welcome our approach is a much more detailed, tailored approach within teams and services, and really welcome the focus on staff health and wellbeing, because I think we just haven't had that historically. One of the really big themes, I think, across the trust that we've tried to tackle, but I really appreciate us thinking about in health and wellbeing, is staff having a space in their clinical areas to have a break. And I think we've got massive variation. So I think working with Jason and the team and mapping that out, I think we've had an LIA programme on it, but I'm not sure it's landed across the trust. I think we've got some pockets of improvement, but it'd be great to see that as a strand in the health and wellbeing work.
Yeah, thanks. It's a big agenda, isn't it? Jeremy, back to you.
Absolutely. It's often the basics, isn't it, that we assume might be in place that may not be for all. I just wanted to just join the dots between those first 2 or 3 areas that Paul talked about. So actually, as we get into the staff survey data, there is plenty of intelligence in there as well around staff health and well-being. So there are 6 questions in the staff survey that get to the heart of how people are feeling and the extent to which they believe the organisation prioritises their well-being. So this is all joined up, and it will be through the work that we do.
Good. Okay. Any other questions of Paul in respect of his report? So, just to be clear, we're going to have the full staff survey results and discussion at the next board meeting. Good. And that will be important, won't it? Sort of galvanising what activity, which should not be a centralised knee-jerk response, but should be a response that engages all of our staff. In the way that we've heard from the forensic services, that, you know, we get great cultures from fabulous leadership. I know that's a bit simplistic and it's easy to say and hard to deliver, but that's what it seems to be about. Great, lovely. Thank you very much indeed for that, Paul. Can we note that report? Let's move on, Jeremy, to the Race Equity Plan update, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So board colleagues will have read the paper which sets out in detail really our fresh approach to how delivery of the plan is being mobilised. And as an executive team led by Caroline, we've really challenged ourselves around the robustness of our arrangements for both leadership, for accountability, and for delivery of this plan. It is hugely ambitious, as we know, rightly so. We are looking to achieve deep, long-lasting cultural change, not quick fixes. And the importance of executive ownership and leadership for each of the strands of our race equity plan is crucial, and that's learning that we had from NALFT around the long-lasting improvement in res scores that they were able to achieve prior to COVID. In addition to what is described there, so in that accountability model that is described in the paper, the bit that's missing is around locality representations. There is senior locality representation on each of these work streams, as well as being executive-led, named delivery leads, subject matter experts, and crucially, global majority advocates as part of that group, bringing check and challenge and accountability into an expertise, an insight, and lived experience into the work of those groups. Those are mobilised already. We've had the first meeting of the Race Equity Group. The second one is taking place this month. And prior to that second meeting of the Race Equity Group, chaired by Caroline, each of the delivery groups will have had their first meeting and will be up and running. You have already mentioned at the start of today around the Routes to Success programme, so I won't say anything more about that. The other particular element of personal and leadership development that we are on the cusp of launching is our transformational reciprocal mentoring programme led by Dr. Eden Charles, and that will be truly, there is an opportunity here for it to be truly transformational, because it is about leadership development for everybody that's involved, not just our global majority colleagues, but in a way that where the learning and development that takes place through that intervention will benefit the wider organisation, not just the individual participants. And I can answer more questions on that if people would like, and I'll pause there. Thank you.
And you know, Jeremy, as I've said, this is an absolute priority from my perspective, that we make headway here and we do eradicate racism within our trust, and there's a whole range of activity that's geared towards that. Thank you. Just check whether there's questions, Linz.
Thank you, Jeremy, for this. It's a really important piece of work. I just want to, sorry, I caught your cough, I think, already. I want to just check on the Routes for Success, a really interesting leadership programme, and one of the cornerstones of getting this going, really. What I'd like to check, either for this committee or Interpeople Committee, is how many of our colleagues are eligible to join this? How many spaces are there for the development programme, and how many are taking it up? Because those numbers are going to be really key as to how effective this programme is. So can I ask you to take that away and come back either here or into People Committee with that, please?
Well, I'll give you a really snappy answer, which is we commissioned 20. Those 20 places are filled. And what I think is crucial is that the energy from this first cohort is captured and is spread to other colleagues in the Trust who may have been tentative to sign up or to apply for it, for them to see the success and the opportunity that this brings as we move into further cohorts.
How many cohorts will there be then of 20 at a time?
We haven't made a decision on that, but I think we would absolutely want there to be future cohorts as we learn from the success that we're achieving. So I think we're committed to at least a second one and learn through the process of what the benefits are and to get participant feedback to help shape that.
Thank you.
Caroline would like to come in.
I mean, one of the things we wanted to, when we commissioned Yvonne, is we were thinking about sustainability in future cohorts. Lynn's, didn't we, Jeremy?
True.
And we aligned Harpreet to co-facilitate, so that she's being skilled up to be able to deliver. But of course, she's leaving. But you have got a new lead appointed, who I presume is going to take up the co-facilitation.
Yeah, so she's already started and will be joining this first cohort as of its next event.
So then the next cohort, we'd anticipate Yvonne would have a lighter touch, but still be there for the quality assurance and support. So that would be the plan.
And for clarity, that's Tendai Ngonwe, who is our new head of inclusion.
Great, thank you very much, Jeremy. Paul? Oh, sorry, Katie and Katie. Apologies, Katie and then Paul.
This isn't one, I think, for answering right now, although you may have a top-of-your-head answer to it. But I think there's a really interesting opportunity here to think about how we play a leadership role with our partners, because it's just such an important area that we shouldn't miss any opportunities we can to try and ripple this out through the whole of the whole patch, Suffolk and Norfolk.
Absolutely. We've recently presented to East of England CPOs on this to spread our work and our good practice, and we'll be wanting to do more of that.
The issues that we have in NSFT regarding racism are shared by a number of other provider trusts, and a constant conversation I'm having with provider chairs and NEDs when we get together with them is how do we share the learning and what's working across our staff groups to be successful and to move at pace. So I think it'd be helpful if we could factor that in as well. Tom, and then Jason.
Mine's just a very quick one. So our Routes to Success colleagues, one of the things they raised in the first session was understanding how board and committee work. So over the next couple of rounds of board and committee, we should have some observers. So just for people to be aware, and obviously we'll welcome them.
Good. Jason.
And just picking up on Katie's point, Yvonne's actually presenting at the East of England HFMA event, so it's a finance managers event, in a few weeks' time, and she's focusing on the work that she's done within the trust as well. So that's great to get that out there. And Yvonne is, and there's there'll be all CFOs from all of the other trusts in the East of England there, so they'll hear the story.
That's great. And Jason, thank you for all you do and your leadership on all of this as well. It really is superb, and it's recognised, I know, from the events that I have the pleasure of going to. Paul? No. Yes, Paul. Sorry.
That's fine. Yeah, I just wanted to say we just need to keep challenging ourselves as a board, I think, on this particular topic, because I think in committee we welcome the reset, but we acknowledge that really needs to, the mobilisation really needs to be embedded in order to take this forward. And this is not, as Jeremy was saying, a short programme. This is a long, we're in a marathon here rather than a sprint, aren't we? And it's really important that we maintain the energy and the focus and the momentum. And I think, given the context that we work in, it's quite easy to sometimes lose sight of a programme like this and do the things that we know all these programmes do, which are the simpler, more easy things to do, which we're ticking off as we go along in this first phase. But we really need to maintain that energy in order to get into the really substantial, sustainable change that Jeremy's described. So I think as a board we need to challenge ourselves to keep this on the agenda and having this type of conversation in public so that we're actually moving this forward.
I think you're right, Paul, and I mean I've said this before, and Caroline and I have had discussions about this. What really struck me from the events that I've been to with Yvonne and other leaders, where we've invited members of staff from across the trust, is, and staff have fed this back to me, is being in the room and actually seeing that kind of determination that we have to make this change happen is very important for them, and that can't be replicated through newsletters or blogs or emails. It can only be replicated by having that face-to-face time with our staff at an industrial scale. And I, just being a little bit pokey, I still don't think we've got the plan right to actually replicate the one conference that we had last year at scale within all of our localities. And we've had that conversation. I just would like us not to walk away from that. It's the seeing is believing adage, and I know one conference isn't going to change the price of beans in the sense of actually enabling our staff to feel included and all the rest of it, but it denotes our determination as a board to get this done. So I'll just pop that challenge on the table if I may. Don't expect an answer now. Any other points? Sorry, I'm missing colleagues. Anyone else want to come in? I hope, colleagues feel that we have that shared commitment for getting this right. We recognise there's no immediate quick fixes. I would like us to check and challenge ourselves that we are investing sufficient resources and time into this, and no doubt you'll pick that up through your committees. So thank you very much indeed, Jeremy, for all you're doing on that. And could we, there's a few recommendations here, could we note the progress of the strengthened mobilisation approach, note the launch and early impact of the Roots for Success programme, and support the continued focus on leadership, ownership, sequencing and long-term delivery. Thank you. Let's move on now to the performance report. Finance. Jason.
I'll try and keep this brief. So the year-to-date financial position is a 1.3 million deficit. That's actually in line with plan. We still remain on target to achieve our break-even position for the full year, which again is in line with plan. Items to alert in the report relate to the level of uncrystallised risk. So that's things that could happen but won't necessarily happen in the out-term position. That's actually reduced this period due to our reduction in out-of-area out of trust placements, as we've alluded to earlier, but also in notifications since the Performance and Finance Committee that we have received the deficit support funding for Q4. So that removes that risk. So that's a change from our Performance and Finance Committee. So that's good news. In addition, the other items to note are the the recurrency of the efficiency programme and how we increase from the current 53% recurrent nature of the programme to the 60% that we had in the original plan, and then stretch beyond that, feeding into the 26-27 plan. So it's really important to gain our sustainability. And like I said, the other escalation is on the annual plan, but we've got a detailed session on that in private board, with the planning submission due to be made to NHS England on the 12th of February next week.
I think the key point to get across is to members of the public as custodians, if you like, of the success of NSFT. We're hugely alert to the importance of us being resourced in the right way to be able to deliver the improved services that we're committed to deliver. And I know Caroline and I and the board take that responsibility incredibly seriously. It's probably our number one priority at the moment, but I wonder if there's anything more you wanted to say on that, Caroline. Everyone's catching my cold.
Only that we aren't an agreed position with ICB and NHS England, and negotiations are ongoing, but we've got a week to resolve those before we submit our plan.
So a few things I'd like to say, if that's okay. The first thing is, clearly we've had there's a whole historical legacy from the Trust of not delivering recurrent efficiency through transformation. And if we go back 3 years, just to remind everybody, we were only delivering 20%. We then committed last year to 40%, this year 60%, next year 80%, so that we reduce our underlying deficit. That's the first thing to say. I really would still like us to push in year to get from 53% to 60%. And we recently met with all the localities, and I still think there's opportunity there, particularly with Gary and Jason and others, to really push to get to that 60%. I think that's important in terms of our credibility with the regional and ICB team as well. The second thing I'd say is, as we've discussed as a board, where we think the ceiling is before we impact on deteriorating quality. We're on such an improvement trajectory in terms of our quality improvements. And the conversations that we've had today with the region and the ICB are sympathetic to our position of a significant gap next year. And region and ICB are working with us to see how they can support that gap. So I think that's incredibly helpful, but one that goes back right to the beginning of the agenda, really, about mental health and mental health investment. And if we got the whole mental health investment through the mental health investment standard coming as a proportion of contract, then we'd be in a more positive position from the ICBs as well. So we've been working that through with the trust. So I guess we must be credible in year and continue to deliver the transformation. We must make sure we have a credible plan for next year, and we're about just nearly 60% recurrent for next year, which is massively different to anywhere we've ever been, but we need to get that up to 80%, and there's still significant opportunity for us as we continue our transformation programme. And then as a board, we need to be consistent in our focus on where we think we can deliver and what the limit is for us, and I think we're broadly at 5%. And if we go back 3 years, 5% was a significant ask, but the culture in the NHS now, you know, we're at the lower end of mental health trusts in terms of efficiency, but it mustn't tipple into affecting our quality improvement journey. They're the three things I'd say, really.
Yeah, absolutely right. We're demonstrating our ambition to become more efficient, but being very careful not to repeat the mistakes that have been made in the past, very much predating anyone around this board table, where really rather, you know, sort of in a gung-ho way, we've accepted that we've taken costs out without challenging appropriately the impact that would have on our services. So I thank Caroline and Jason for their leadership on that. It's still a watch this space in terms of the position for 26-27. But that's something that, as Jason said and Caroline has said, it's a matter for discussion in board in private. Any further observations on that? No? Great. Can we move on then to the Audit and Risk Committee Chair's report? Julian, sorry to do this to you, but I know your items that you've escalated to the board are as written. They're quite detailed. I wonder if you could just give us a very high summary and your view on how these matters are resolved.
Yeah. Two concerns really relating to the internal audit programme. One is that we are slightly off schedule in the current year. The field work is largely getting complete, but we have a glut of reports coming through in the last quarter, which doesn't give us a lot of time to implement recommendations and get us a reasonable assurance report from the overall annual programme. The other one is a little bit more nitty-gritty, and it relates to the employee relations audit, which we discussed at the last meeting. Reluctantly, we've concurred with an executive recommendation to postpone that audit for the second successive year. I'm really quite concerned about that. key element of this is how promptly we are dealing with employee disciplinaries, which has a knock-on effect on staff survey and our race equity plans as well. But we've reluctantly had to do that because there is a lot of work going on in that area, and refer really the controls in that area back to People and Culture Committee. So Paul and I have discussed this. There is an action plan in place. I do not know the extent of the delays in employee disciplinaries at the moment. I understand they're serious and we need to take that on board. And I'm hoping that the People and Culture Committee can look at that again in the coming months. One little bit positive bit of news, it relates to the risk maturity review, which is all about our risk culture as an organisation. Really good response to that review and excellent exercise that gave us a number of insights that we're taking forward through an action plan. That's all I wanted to highlight. If we've got time, it would be nice for Paul maybe to respond to the employee relations issue.
Yes, I'm going to ask Paul and also Jeremy to come back in on that, and then I'm going to draw that discussion to a close. We would really like some assurance that this matter is being moved forward. I know it's complicated, but I think you've raised a red flag through what you've said, Julian, to the board, as you must, and we need to, even if we can't resolve it today, come back to the next board with a plan as how we're going to resolve this. So I'm going to go Paul first and then Jeremy.
Yeah, just to give the board some level of assurance. Back in September, Jeremy came to People and Culture with an improvement plan around employee relations, and we discussed then what the challenges were around the length of time that it was taking to get disciplinary actions resolved, and there is a detailed plan of action that the People and Culture function has been following through during that period of time, based on just and learning culture principles. So we're expecting a report in March to tell us where we are in relation to the implementation of those actions. Clearly, that some of that has also been dependent on the changes that have been made in that function. So increasingly, obviously, building the business partnering model, I think, is going to help with resolving some of those challenges that we face around disciplinaries and grievances. But that plan's in place, and I think the audit should follow on naturally from the work that's been done, I think, in that case.
That's a really, really helpful explanation. Thank you, Paul. Jeremy, anything to add?
Yes, thank you, Julian. I'm really grateful for the committee considering my request in the way that it has. As Paul describes, there is significant work going on here. Even since the plan that was put forward in September, there have been significant changes through corporate redesign in terms of how the employee relations caseload is coordinated within my team. The new HR business partnering function has inherited that and is doing that work currently. It is hugely challenging for them, but they are grasping it. And I also have leadership gaps in my team at the moment that I'm addressing, but is having an impact in terms of how that is being taken forward. But I will be doing what Paul described, which is giving a fuller update to the People and Culture Committee in March.
Is there any further action that the board needs to be taking to support you in that, Jeremy, appreciating how complex this is?
Thank you, so I'll consider that. There's nothing on the tip of my tongue at the moment. I'm taking steps to address the gaps in my team around this, and I have the ability to do that, and I have no obstacles for me in doing that. I'll give that some consideration there. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Caroline.
Thank you. I think it's right that the audit committee have flagged it as a key risk. Can I just ask, when is it now rescheduled for? Which quarter?
As per the paper, Q2.
Q2, okay. The other thing we just need to think about when we bring the BAF through next month, that the risk scoring for this is visible enough and at the right area, because it is a significant risk. And it's very much felt across the organisation, isn't it? Thank you.
Okay, well that's what these boards are here to do, isn't it, is to expose what's of concern and to work out a way through this. So thank you both, Julian, for bringing and escalating this, and thank you for the liaison that had been done across the two committees to seek to come to some resolution on it. With that in mind, can we note the Audit and Risk Chair's report? Thank you. I've got two consent items which I'm simply going to ask the board to take as read and to consent, which is the green plan, which you have in your papers, and the same-sex accommodation audit. Can we consent to those items? Thanks very much. I'm now moving on to questions from the public. Apologies, a little bit later than scheduled, but not too far off schedule. But thank you very much indeed to the members of the public that are here for your patience. And now I invite questions from members of the public. Eric. Oh.
Thanks. I'm watching this YouTube session from NSFT at home, as I suspect many others are. I switched over from Funny Cats, but you know, this is much more interesting. It's really helpful. And because I'm a carer, and I remember electing that chap with white hair and badges on. What really bothers me, I'm trying to understand, is what reassurance can the trust give me and probably others that they're learning from people like me, and that the learning will make care safer and especially more hopeful for my loved one. It's a public representation question.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much, Eric. It's a very broad area.
It is broad.
And I wonder whether it's sensible to try to answer it in one, or whether that would do a disservice to the kind of the magnitude of the question that you're asking.
If I may, it's a reflection that this is a public board meeting.
Yes.
And I've been thinking, sitting here, what would I be wanting to know? Because my life lives with my loved one. This is the example I'm giving. And that's what I think I would love to hear, that life would be, that I could get the sense that, and I could share with my loved one that hope is there, or even the possibility of hope. It is a very general one, I understand that, but it's a perspective which I see might be answered.
It's quite right, and it's also, we must, because of the governance arrangements in the NHS, need to talk about process and functions and structures. Actually, you want to know what difference this is making to your loved one. What's changing as a result to people that need our services. And I'm going to ask Caroline to probably not answer it fully, because it's a very difficult question to answer. It's a very good question, but Caroline, over to you.
Okay, so my interpretation of that is we've just had a board meeting for 4 hours. If I'm watching in and I'm receiving care or needing care, how do I know that the care I'm going to get is good or is getting better?
Spot on.
So I think it's a really complex question, isn't it? But I think, you know, the first thing, if I'm in services, I want to know that I've got somebody who's a practitioner, who's able to offer me an appointment. I can get into services as the very first thing. So we can see from the performance reports that the waiting times have reduced significantly. Our real area of challenge is in children's ADHD and autism. We've seen from today that we've got significant new investment, and those waits are going to reduce from over 3 years down to 1 year on the basis of that. So we know that if you're in a crisis, that now over 90% of people are being seen in 4 hours in a crisis. If you're going to an A&E department, we're improving our responsiveness within 1 hour, but we've still got some challenges. So getting into our services is really important, and we've seen that today. Once you're in services, do you have a care plan? Do you know, are you listened to? So obviously Anthony's talked about the improvement of care plans and risk assessments to make sure that people have got a care plan. Got some more work to do, but again, it's improving. external assurance of that. So we've heard from our CQC reports, and wasn't it brilliant if you're in forensic services that the most outstanding area was service users being listened to, as well as evidence-based care. And then we can see from the other CQC reports that they're improving. Really importantly, if you're in an inpatient area, are there enough staff? So I'd say our safer staffing report is probably the strongest I've ever seen in terms of the numbers of staff. There's only one ward today out of all of our wards that we've asked for a bit more assurance. So on the face of it, it looks like there's significant amounts of staff, both registered and unregistered. And then how are people being involved? So there's opportunity both in our new service user and carer council, but we've also heard today that the locality councils, all 5 of them, have met for the very first time in January. There's an opportunity to get involved in influencing and shaping our services. So I guess that's my
It's a wonderful answer, and I really appreciate it, because sitting at home, I'm thinking, what does this mean to me?
Yes.
And you've answered that in that context, and particularly when I saw the amazing work with the forensic team, and the accreditation and the CQC reports. I thought, I wonder if that will sort of spread across into the service.
Yeah.
You've picked up exactly on, as a member of public, what I was watching on this YouTube today.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you for a great question as well, Eric, and brilliant answer, if I may say so, Caroline. Thank you for that. I will always stress, though, Eric, and you know this and we know this, we still recognise we're not there. We still have a lot further to go.
Very much.
But I hope, as a member of the public, Eric, that you're also seeing the determination demonstrated by us as a board collectively to make these changes happen and to be maintained. Thank you. Would anyone else like to ask a question? Yes. You don't have to identify yourself or give us a name if you'd rather not, but if you'd like to let us know who you are, that's fine, but I'll be guided by you.
You're all blurred now, which probably suits me better. Well, my name is Kay. I am just a carer, and I say just because of the policy that I have found over the last 20 years or so of having an adult child in the system, of being marginalised wherever possible by professionals, to make the service easier for them without having anybody to advocate or watch over what's going on. But I suppose what I want to say is that it's many years since I've been to one of these meetings. Diane Hull was the chief nurse back then and was very supportive. And I want to say, well, obviously I should congratulate you on the fact that you are obviously making strides in improving the Care Quality Commission reports, and that's great to hear, and I hope that you will build on that further. But in order to go stronger into the future, I think you do need to be able to address issues where there have been failures in the past, which is why I'm here today and where I'm coming from. Because the damage is not just to the carer, nearest relative, next of kin, whatever, all those hats. It's the siblings as well, that you need to be thinking about the damage. It's not just because of the problems that their brother has. It's the neglect and the errors by, historically, Norfolk and Suffolk Foundation Trust that cause excruciating discomfort to siblings. But to the point that one can't talk about it, and the other one has gone into working in probation herself. She's on her 4th degree now while working full-time in probation, and services forensics and psychology, because that's her coping mechanism because of the trauma that she has undergone. So you have to think, I can't be the only person who will have this sort of story. But what I need to know from you all is, in order to go forward stronger, as you've so clearly explained, I would like somebody to spend a short amount of time with me at some point to answer a few questions about Section 117, duties of care, about the triangle of care, how it should work, about what is likely to go wrong when it's not applied properly, about risk, about GDPR, which overrides consent in many areas. The escalation being incidents over the last few months up until the middle of January, which is what has made me absolutely need to come here today. I have had to copy the CQC into emails. I've had police call me up and say I need to report this to yourselves and the CQC. So in this public arena, which is not my comfort zone, I will want to be getting a few bullet point questions answered in order to do a report, which I hope you will want. And I know at some point you talked about having no out of area placements. Presumably that's in wards, because what you meant there, because my son is in an out of placement area in the community, but that duty of care under a 117, I do believe, does actually stay with where the Section 3 originated, which is Norfolk and Suffolk Foundation Trust. So my report needs to come to you, even though the care currently is out of county, because you lot fund it, correct? Sorry, my water. I drank earlier, returning. Do you want to...
Yeah, no, I'll come back on that, Kay. First of all, thank you for coming today. Thank you for recognising what we're striving to do, but also thank you for, in a very measured way, describing the immense pain that you've experienced, both yourself and siblings of what you've described as your son, and what you've described as failings of NSFT. It's our job as a board to hear that, but more than just listen, do something about it. It is important that you've come and said this, and thank you for the very dignified way in which you've done that. I'd like to ask, if I may, and for obvious reasons we don't want to rehearse this in the public, I'd like to ask Anthony, who is our chief nurse, who you've heard from today, to come and sit with you. You've got a number of questions that remain unanswered, definitely of NSFT. It's a live issue for you, not necessarily historic. I hear that. But I'm going to ask Anthony, if I may, to, as soon as the meeting ends, we're still public, we're still live streaming, to come and talk to you, Kay, so that we can begin to start working through the issues that you've raised with us and make sure that we're addressing them.
I didn't actually try to speak to Anthony. You were only newly in position. I think you were in a temporary role at the time when we first spoke, and I think you felt that it was outside your remit. It isn't. And in order to go forward in this particular case and generically, I think we do need to have that conversation. For us, it's the 11th hour, if that's okay.
I understand that, Kay, and I've taken advice from Caroline, who's the chief executive, and she thinks that Anthony, who is our substantive chief nurse, is the right person for you to talk to in the first instance. He'll gather all of the information, and if there's other leaders that need to talk to you, then we'll make sure that happens, Kay. But thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to ask a question? Carol.
Can you hear me, anyone? I think you can. My name is Carol Reid. I just wanted to reiterate on an explanation for least restrictive manners regarding some of our very, very unwell patients. I just wondered what the answer is. Obviously, staff are trained in particular movements and manoeuvres. Obviously, our staff are trained to observe what can trigger a patient's actions. But in the actual reality of the event, if you have a very unwell patient suddenly seeing red mist, and the group of the proactive prevention of management team appear, what can you do to suddenly diffuse the situation of somebody who is seeing that red mist and they're violent and they're throwing furniture? You can't just say, come and sit down and have a cup of tea. So what would you suggest as a least restrictive manner to handle that unwell patient?
Thanks for that question, Carol. I definitely don't know the answer to that. I think Anthony will give you a very, for the purposes of the meeting, I think Anthony's going to give you a very headline response, and then I think maybe you're a member of our Council of Governors, which is great. Welcome you to that, and we'll have more time to be able to talk to you about it. But Anthony, an initial response, please.
Thank you, Chair. And obviously, every sort of incident like that is unique, but our staff are trained in various techniques around how to de-escalate a situation like that should it occur. So it's hard to generalise, because it depends on the situation, it depends on the environment in which that actual situation is occurring. I'm happy to have a conversation with you, outside of the board, but there's a range of techniques to try and that staff are trained in to de-escalate those types of situations, which is certainly least restrictive. You don't go for holes or hands-on unless it's absolutely essential, relating to the individual, relating to them, maybe changing the environmental circumstances, are some of the primary kind of interventions that you would do, just to try and calm the situation first of all. And as I say, if it got to the point where somebody actually needs to be physically restrained, then there are particular holds, that there are particular ways in which you apply those holds to make sure, again, it's least restrictive and it minimises any harm to both the individual or to the staff members as well.
Thanks, Anthony. I think that Faisal, who's our Chief Medical Officer and Deputy Chief Executive, would like to come in as well.
Thank you, Chair. And I mean, Anthony said it really well. The only other thing I would add is that least restrictive is dependent on the context. So, what might be least restrictive and needs de-escalation is very different to when you're in a restraint situation. And a lot of it is to do with cycles. It's what you do before you get to that point. But you're absolutely right. We can have a conversation outside and also Council of Governors. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. Thank you for the question. That brings us to the end of the questions from members of the public. I'd like to go to the last item on the agenda, which is values and reflections. So this is an item we have on all of our meetings now, which is to reflect on whether the board has lived its values of teamwork, accountability, learning and kindness. Does anyone want to say anything about that? Timekeeping? That's not one of our values. Apologies that as chair I've allowed this meeting to overrun again, but any thoughts or comments? Anthony?
I just thought it was great to have the secure services here at today's meeting, just to hear from the staff on the ground, really. I thought that was a really valuable contribution to the meeting, and sort of, just helps to connect us with our values, doesn't it, to hear from them in that way. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Anthony, and thanks, Kath, for facilitating that as well. I thought it was really helpful too. Jeremy?
Thank you. And building on Anthony's point, I think we did challenge ourselves around the learning and improvement aspects of that, how that is spread both within and outside of the organisation. And of course, the challenge is to make sure that we actually do that, isn't it, and see that through.
Great, thanks very much. Just checking. No. Okay, well, look, thanks very much indeed, everyone. Really appreciate all of the engagement we've had from our board members today. It's been another weighty agenda, lots done, and going back to Eric's very pertinent question towards the end, has anything changed as a result of us all sitting here for 4 hours and discussing this? I think we've got greater clarity on how we're going to bridge across the different committees. I think we've got greater sense of sort of urgency in where we prioritise moving forwards, and I think we've provided the public with clarity on what our priority areas are, not least making sure that we safeguard the future of NSFT through ensuring that we receive an allocation of funds that allows us to continue in our trajectory of improvement and at pace. So with that, I'm going to draw a close to the meeting. I'll just double check I haven't got anything else I need to cover. And thank everyone very much, and we can turn the live stream off now. Thank you.